Test, test. Test, test, test. Test, test, test.
like to invite all legislators into the chambers so that we can begin the hearing. I would like to call this hearing of the Nassau County Legislature to order. And to start things off, I will ask Colonel Legislator Bill Gaylor to lead us in the pledge. Mike, could you please call the roll?
Thank you, Presiding Officer. Roll call. Deputy Presiding Officer Howard Coppell. Alternate Deputy Presiding Officer Denise Ford.
Here.
Legislator Sheila Bino.
Here.
Legislator Carrier Solage.
Here.
Thank you. Legislator Debbie Muley. Okay. She is? Oh.
Okay.
Thank you, Kevon. Legislator C. William Gaylor III. Legislator John Giuffre.
Here.
Legislator Mazi Phillip.
Here.
Legislator Delia DeRicci Witten. Thank you. Legislator James Kennedy. Here. Legislator Thomas McKevitt.
Here.
Legislator Laura Schaefer.
Here.
Legislator John Ferretti. Here. Legislator Arnold Drucker. Here. Legislator Rosemarie Walker.
Here.
Legislator Joshua Lafazan. Here. Minority Leader Kevon Abrahams. Here. Thank you. Presiding Officer Richard Nicolello.
Here.
Thank you. We have a quorum, sir.
Okay, thank you very much. We will go right into the hearing, but first, anyone who is here, member of the public who's here who would like to speak in the public comment portion, please come to the clerk's table, submit a slip, and the slip will be brought up and we will call you in turn. Mike, now let's call the hearing.
Thank you. Please take notice, the Nassau County Legislature will hold a hearing on Thursday, February 16, 2023 at 6:30 p.m. regarding clerk item number 3323, a local law to amend Annex A of the County Government Law of Nassau County to describe the 19th legislative districts based upon the 2020 federal census data and any proposed amendments thereto.
Okay, thank you. Motion by Deputy Presiding Officer Coppell, seconded by Legislator Ford to open the hearing. All in favor of opening the hearing signify by saying aye. 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 Those opposed? The hearing is open. I'm going to have some brief remarks. The Minority Leader will then follow with remarks, and then we will have a couple of presentations. Today's hearing relates to the drawing of new district lines for the 19 seats on the Nassau County Legislature. The county is required to redistrict every 10 years following the completion of the census. Pursuant to the Nassau County Charter, a temporary district advisory committee was created last April. The commission held a total of 12 hearings, taking testimony from numerous residents and others. The members of the commission ultimately were unable to come to a consensus on a map. The majority and minority members of the commission each submitted separate maps for the consideration of the legislature, which went before the Rules Committee in January. Based on advice we received from counsel, who I will bring up in several moments, neither map advanced by the commission complied with applicable law. We worked with counsel to produce a map that complies with all constitutional and legal requirements, including the Voting Rights Act and the John Lewis Act, Municipal Home Rule Law. The map that we introduced today complies with all federal and state legal requirements. It incorporates many of the issues raised by legislators and the public. As much as possible, the proposed map provides for compact districts, protects communities of interest, and minimizes the division of villages and hamlets. Is the map perfect? No, but perfection in drawing district lines is impossible. However, as stated above, the map complies with all legal requirements. It provides for equal representation and for legislative districts that either side can win. I would now like to turn things over to the Minority Leader for an opening remarks.
Good evening. So, what we are part of today, and what the presiding officer had mentioned, is obviously the two sides try to present a map. They try to have some type of commonality in terms of that map actually being able to go forward, and the commission was not able to accomplish that. So basically tonight, my colleagues, the Republican majority, have put together a map. Unfortunately, and there's 8 points that I'm going to go through, the map that they are presenting to the public is still illegal. The map still violates many of the federal and state laws, but then most importantly, the most important criteria for any particular map is that it's a partisan gerrymander. And what does that mean? And you're going to hear a little bit more about that tonight, because that term gets thrown out a lot, but it's clear that this map still violates that. That being said, this map continues to perpetuate what we saw in the previous map that was put together by the Republican commissioners. It dilutes minority votes. It clearly does that. We're seeing that Hempstead is not split in 2 districts, but it's split in 3 districts. One district that it is split in doesn't have the same level of community interests that exist. That's clear as day. We're also seeing that the Lakeview community is also placed into a district, which it does not have very similar interests, doesn't have any similar interests as it pertains to community interests, into interests in terms of the levels of the school district. Nothing at all. Where this map also fails is whenever you have to basically redraw a map, and one of the tenets that's in the John Lewis provision, basically when possible, you have to be able to draw 5 minority-majority districts. The map that has been put forward by the Republican majority only has 4. Fifth, in the Freeport community which basically is represented by 2 legislators, a very diverse, beautiful community. That community, part of it, in the northeast and northwest sections, have been placed into a district that does not have similar interests. 6, in the previous map, one of the things that the Republican commissioners did, they basically created an Asian influence district. We, and the Democrat commissioners, also try to do that. This map that's before us tonight splits the Asian community into 3 different ways, which also further dilutes their vote. I can't think how it's conscionable that we would think that a map is legal when it dilutes minority votes in Hempstead, Lakeview, and splits Asian votes throughout North Hempstead. It doesn't seem to make any sense. The map also, without going into great detail, disfavors incumbents, which is a tenet also of the John Lewis provision. And then last but not least, one of the things that the Republican commissioners had mentioned was that they felt that the Democratic commission map violated district cores. District cores are basically when you basically adhere to some of the previous lines in a previous map versus where it goes into the new map. Well, if you look at this map, the district cores, as it pertains to some of the minority communities, have been completely revamped. So that argument that was perpetuated by the Republican commissioners, which I have to say is a pretty weak argument, but my colleagues in this partisan gerrymander tonight didn't even follow the district core principle that their Republican commissioners perpetuated in the earlier versions of the maps that they put out. Look, ultimately, we feel, as a legislative minority, that without significant changes, it is very hard for us to vote for anything that's illegal. Basically, this map, because of what I stated tonight, and what we're going to go through also with the Q&A and the questioning from experts as well, is illegal. It's a partisan gerrymander. It dilutes minority votes. Those are clear federal voting right problems. And from our standpoint, we cannot participate, and we cannot be a witness to see anything like that happen. You ask yourselves in the public tonight one simple question. As it pertains to protecting minority votes here in this county, why would we be splitting the village of Hempstead? Why would we be putting Lakeview into a community, into a district that does not have the same community interests? And then when all is possible, we should be trying to elect more minorities to government. And when possible, according to the John Lewis provision, we have to be able to draw lines that covers 5 majority districts. This map tonight, unfortunately, fails in many of those aspects. Thank you.
Thank you, Minority Leader. Okay, the hearing will proceed as follows. We will be having a presentation from Misha Salin of Troutman, Pepper, Hamilton, and Sanders regarding the proposed map. At the minority's request, we'll have a presentation by an individual retained by the Democratic members of the TDAC, and then we will proceed to public comment. It's my privilege to introduce Misha Salin. He was the lead counsel in the Hawkenrider versus Hochul case and was instrumental in defeating the gerrymanders of both the New York Congressional and the New York State Senate maps, as well as establishing precedent that all New York State counties must now follow. I have asked Mr. Salin to provide testimony today to the legislature on the proposed map, and the floor is yours.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. Thank you, Minority Leader. Thank you for having me here today. As the Presiding Officer noted, the Presiding Officer consulted myself and my law firm when the 2 maps that were submitted by the TDAC, there was no agreement. And we analyzed those 2 maps using the expert Sean Trendy, the same expert that was the lead expert for the plaintiffs in the landmark Hawkenrider case. And we unfortunately concluded that both those maps were illegal in multiple respects. The challenge then became how to prevent a map that was legal. And we worked with the presiding officer and Sean Trendy, the expert from Hawkenrider, to come up with a map that satisfies all legal criteria. Now, what we did here is we put together a memorandum, which we handed out to you all, and there are copies available there for the public, that goes through each legal criteria and explains why the map is legal. This map is for your consideration, and I'm going to try to explain to you all today why the map is legal in every respect. The memorandum is fairly detailed. It has a lot of legal citations to the record in front of the TDAC and things of that sort. I'm not going to read through every word of the memorandum, but I am going to try to summarize each aspect of it. And I will be going in the order of the memorandum, so both the legislators and the public can follow along if they so wish. So the memorandum goes in order of importance in terms of our constitutional system. First, we start off with the U.S. Constitution. That's the highest law in the land. Then we start with the Federal Voting Rights Act. That's a federal law. That's the second level. And then we go on to state law. And we'll talk about why, in my respectful submission, the map complies with all of those requirements. Now, so we're going to start with the U.S. Constitution. The U.S. constitutional provision that's most relevant here is the Equal Protection Clause. And it has 2 elements that are relevant here, and the map complies with both elements. First, as interpreted by the U.S. Supreme Court, the Equal Protection Clause requires local redistricting to comply with the one-person, one-vote principle. And the U.S. Supreme Court has basically said that as far as the U.S. Constitution is concerned, there's a 10% give and take between the largest and the smallest district for a local redistricting law to comply with the Equal Protection Clause. So our map is the difference between the biggest and the smallest district is 2.65%, 2.54%, which is obviously much lower than 10% and lower than deviations that have been upheld by the New York Court of Appeals. That's pretty straightforward. The next equal protection principle that is important here is the U.S. Supreme Court's prohibition against racial gerrymandering. And what the Supreme Court has said is that where racial considerations predominate over traditional redistricting criteria. That is unconstitutional. That violates the U.S. Constitution unless you can survive the highest level of proof in this country, which is strict scrutiny. Put another way, if race is the predominant factor motivating the legislature's decision to place a significant number of voters within or without a particular district, the decision to place that number of voters within that district is unconstitutional unless you can satisfy strict scrutiny, and that's a direct quote from Miller versus Johnson. In Shaw versus Reno, the United States Supreme Court explained that racial gerrymandering can injure voters whether or not it dilutes a racial group's voting strength. That is because, as the Supreme Court clarified, drawing districts based upon racial considerations, and this is a quote from the U.S. Supreme Court, reinforces racial stereotypes and threatens to undermine our system of representative democracy by signaling to elected officials that they represent a particular racial group rather than a constituency as a whole. Thus far, the U.S. Supreme Court has only recognized one justification ever for drawing districts based on racial considerations. That's compliance with Section 2 of the Voting Rights Act. And while the Supreme Court has not definitively ruled out whether any other justifications could ever justify drawing districts based on racial considerations, Justice Kennedy, in his controlling opinion in Lulac versus Perry, warned against any approach that would unnecessarily infuse race into virtually every redistricting as raising serious constitutional concerns. More recently, the Supreme Court has shown especially great skepticism towards race-based districting. That's in the Cooper versus Harris case, a unanimous opinion written by Justice Elena Kagan, and in the Wisconsin legislature case. In both of those cases, the relevant legislature or even a court in one circumstance had drawn districts to hit a particular racial target, 50% of a particular racial group or more. Because Section 2 of the Voting Rights Act did not strictly require those districts, the U.S. Supreme Court struck down those maps. In the North Carolina Cooper case, it was 9-0, even though that map had been supported by the minority black caucus in North Carolina. In Wisconsin legislature, it was a court-drawn map. So the Supreme Court is taking this principle against racial gerrymandering very seriously. Now, with that background in mind, the proposed map is not a racial gerrymander. It does not support traditional redistricting criteria to racial considerations. Rather, as explained in our discussion here and in the appendix to this memorandum, which you have before you, the map is focused on traditional criteria, such as ensuring district compactness, contiguity, reflecting population shift, maintaining political equality, and so on. Unfortunately, both the maps of the Democratic commissioners and the Republican commissioners fail this equal protection principle. The Republican commissioner's map, as pointed out by the New York ACLU in its comment letter, specifically drew one of the districts to a racial target. That was pointed out by the New York ACLU to the Republican commissioners. They offered no substantive response. So that was it appears an unconstitutional racial gerrymander. Similarly, the Democrat commissioner's map drew multiple districts focused on racial considerations, moving numerous voters into districts based on their race, and proudly so. Even though their memorandum discusses a lot of legal authorities, they did not even attempt to square that with the U.S. Supreme Court's decision in Cooper, with Wisconsin legislature, or the other precedents that I've discussed. As a result, unfortunately, both of the maps proposed by the Democrats in the commission and the Republicans commission violate the Equal Protection Clause. Now, I have in hand, right before this presentation, a report from a supplemental report from the Democratic commissioners. That report is even more clear that what the Democrat commissioners were doing was violative of the Equal Protection Clause. They criticize the map that the presiding officer and we propose for dismantling the racial gerrymander that the New York ACLU said that the Republicans had adopted in District 1. Further, this memorandum lumps minority groups together in its discussions in exactly the way the U.S. Supreme Court said is inappropriate. It counts Asian. It does not add Asians with Hispanics and blacks sometimes. Other times it does. It is just exactly the the kind of the poster child for racial gerrymander, and that's why both those maps are unconstitutional. Now moving on to the next level after we get past the Constitution, that's the Voting Rights Act of 1964. The Voting Rights Act, and Section 2 of that act has some broad prohibitions against hurting the voting power of minority voters. And the way the U.S. Supreme Court has operationalized that broad approach is by something called the Gingell's preconditions, which means that there is a violation of Section 2 of the Voting Rights Act only if those who are urging that violation has occurred can make three preconditions showing. One, a minority group has a sufficiently large population within a single area to form a majority of that district. Second, that minority group must vote together. And third, the white or the majority in that area must generally vote to defeat that minority's preference. Even if one gets past those preconditions, there is then an all things considered inquiry to determine whether a majority-minority district must be drawn. We had Sean Trendy, who was the lead expert in Harkenrider, conduct a Section 2 VRA analysis, and he concluded that there was no justification for drawing any additional districts based on race. In light of the prior principles that we just talked about, that it is unconstitutional to draw districts based on race when not required in by Section 2 of the VRA, we therefore did not consider race any further in redistricting because that would have been unconstitutional under the precedents that I outlined. Now that we're past federal law, let's talk about state law. Here we're talking about the Home Rule Law as modified by the John Lewis New York Voting Rights Act. Now, these provisions have 7 conditions that need to be satisfied, and I'm going to go through all 7 of those conditions and discuss why our proposed map today complies with all 7 of those conditions. First, the proposed maps must be nearly equal in population as practicable. That's similar to the requirement that we talked about, the first principle of the Equal Protection Clause, if folks will recall. The difference is the New York law doesn't give the 10% buffer that the U.S. Constitution does on the Equal Protection Clause. It gives only a 5% buffer. So you couldn't, for example, a map that had a 7% deviation that would comply with the U.S. constitutional requirement, but that wouldn't comply with New York law. Our map has a 2.454 deviation, so it complies with that principle. Second, the proposed map must not include any districts that have, quote, been drawn with the intent or result of denying or abridging the equal opportunity of racial minorities or language minority groups to participate in the political process. This is very similar language to Section 2 of the VRA. Now, Section 2 of the VRA obviously has a lot of case law behind it. We talked about the 3 Gingell's preconditions. We talked about the additional analysis. There isn't any case law yet on the John Lewis Act in that language. That language has certain additional elements that are not explicitly in the Voting Rights Act. But what's important to recognize is the New York Constitution and New York law and the federal Constitution have a principle that no state law can require what violates the Equal Protection Clause or any federal constitutional provision. So we think it is important to read the John Lewis law consistent with the U.S. Supreme Court's precedent against racial gerrymandering. Any other conclusion that would read the John Lewis law as a requirement for infusing race into every redistricting decision in the U.S. Supreme Court's interpretation of words would render the John Lewis law unconstitutional, and we definitely don't want to do that. So what we did is we looked at the same Section 2 voting rights analysis that Sean Trendy had done. There was no requirement to create a race-focused district there, and we did not interpret the John Lewis law as requiring unconstitutional racial gerrymandering. Third, the proposed districts have to have contiguous territory. Obviously, that's pretty easy to understand. Our map is contiguous. I'm not going to waste y'all's time with that. Next, the map must be as compact as practicable. In the memorandum, we discuss a series of different compactness metrics that courts have used. We then have a chart on page 8 that goes through the compactness of the district based on a couple of these scores. And then we explain that our map performs well on the compactness score, performs comparably to the Democrat legislator's proposal, performs better than the Republican legislator's proposal. So I don't think that I'm going to belabor that point further. The next point I am going to speak in a little bit about longer because it's very important, and I'm concerned that the body has gotten some incorrect and inaccurate information from an expert presented by the Democrat legislators, the Democrats on the commission. The proposed map does not draw any districts to discourage competition or for purposes of favoring or disfavoring incumbents or any other particular candidate or political parties. Now, I know a little bit about this language because I was the lead counsel for the individual voters that challenged the gerrymandered maps drawn in Albany, especially with regard to the congressional districts. What the Court of Appeals, our state's highest court, held in the Harkenrider versus Hochul case is that we successfully relied on the expert testimony of Sean Trendy to establish an inference of invidious partisan purpose by the legislature in Albany. Sean Trendy's opinion and supporting simulations were crucial to our victory, both at trial and on appeal. Trendy used, and this is quotes from the Court of Appeals, a state-of-the-art program repeatedly accepted by other courts to create a map ensemble which performs comparably to the enacted plan in terms of compactness, majority minority districts, and county lines. His simulations, quote, revealed that the enacted map was an extreme outlier that likely reduced the number of Republican congressional seats by packing Republican voters into 4 districts, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Now, cognizant of the prohibition against partisan gerrymandering, as well as the Harkenrider case, the proposed map was not drawn with a partisan goal at all, but to avoid even the perception of partisanship. The presiding officer asked us to retain Sean Trendy, the very same expert that we retained in Harkenrider, to analyze the map. And I'm going to put up his results here for the legislature's review, and I will talk about them, but then I'll also want to show it to the people just so the people can also understand what I'm talking about. And I do apologize for the people I will show you afterwards. I just can't. It's not 2 sides of this. So this is the type of analysis that Mr. Trendy did in the Harkenrider case. This is the ensemble methodology plus the gerrymandering index. These are the same exact charts that he created that were victorious in the Harkenrider case. And so I'm going to tell you what these lines are. This line, this red line, this is the Republican commissioner's map. It is far off skewed from what you would expect from a neutral draw map. See how far over it is? This is the Democrat commissioner's map. See, that's pretty far over as well. And then this is our proposed map, right in the meaty part of the bell curve, right there. Now, I will say, what we were dealing with in Albany when we litigated this case last year was a map that was like right here. It was so extremely gerrymandered that it was almost like off this. So I'm not saying that either the Democrat or the Republican commission map were anywhere like that. But as you can see, they are far off from the distribution, whereas on the Trendy analysis, our map is right in the middle. And if I may, I'd like to show the people as well, just so they can see what I'm talking about. So this red line right here, that was the Republican commissioner's proposal. This blue line, that's the Democrat commissioner's proposal, and then this green line, that's our proposal.
He's not taking questions, but I'll let you know that his memo's available over there, and on page 10 of the memo is a copy of the map that he was just showing you. Okay, continue.
So that is the exact same analysis that we did in Harkenrider. Mr. Trendy did it the exact same way, and this is the results he got. Now, there might be some surprise from folks because they've seen a report, and now a supplemental report submitted by Professor Magleby, who claims to have done the same Harkenrider analysis. That is just absolutely not true. He did not do anything like the Harkenrider analysis. The only thing that was similar is he used an ensemble approach to create a bunch of maps. The core of the Trendy Harkenrider analysis was the gerrymandering index, which is what's up here before you, which shows how far skewed the map is from what you would expect from a neutral draw. What Professor McElby does is he used something called a mean-median score. He just definitely did a completely different analysis, which was not presented by any expert in Harkenrider, has not been opined upon, has not been blessed by the New York Court of Appeals. Further, he selected his base races in a methodology entirely different from Mr. Trendy, without any pointing to any academic literature to say that that selection of races was appropriate. So as a result, obviously, the legislature can decide to listen to Professor McElby, or it can decide to listen to Mr. Trendy. I would respectfully submit that the expert, who was the one whose methodology was approved by the state's highest court, who also has been a bipartisan redistricting expert, he was one of the 2 experts that was retained to successfully draw the maps in Virginia, is the more credible one to determine what map is and isn't a partisan gerrymander. And again, I will reemphasize, this is the exact same methodology that he did in Harkenrider, and you can see the results clear as day in that chart. Now, I'd like to make one other kind of observation based on some remarks by the minority leader and the memo that we received about the treatment of incumbents and things of that sort. In the Harkenrider case, after we won at the Court of Appeals, it went to a neutral special master. And if those of you all who were following that case at all remember, that neutral special master, because he was drawing a fair map, it just happened to pair some incumbents. It happened to make some incumbents unhappy. That is what happens when you draw a map neutrally, consistent with Mr. Trendy's principles. You're not going to have all legislators be happy. In fact, it would be more surprising if everyone was happy with a neutral draw map. Now, sixth, as outlined in the attached appendix to the memo, which I will not go through that appendix, you all can read it later. The proposed map respects the course of existing districts, pre-existing political subdivisions, and communities of interest. Each of the proposed districts in our proposed map was drawn as best practicable to show respect for political subdivisions, and you can see that in Appendix A, and I go through in detail. Now, the maps proposed by the Democrat members of the Commission and the Republican members of the Commission unfortunately failed this test in at least one respect, and that's with regard to the treatment of cores of existing district. That is a mandatory criteria, but only one. What the Republican commissioners did is they made that the highest criteria, above other criteria, as the minority leader pointed out. We agree that was problematic. But what the Democrat commissioners did is they gave no weight at all to the statutory factor. No weight at all, even for districts that there was no argument that there was a gerrymander before. So both of those extreme approaches we rejected, and we gave this consideration due weight as the New York law requires. And the seventh and final criteria of state law is the proposed map must contain districts that have been formed so as to promote the orderly and efficient administration of elections. We accomplished that in spades. So those are all the legal criteria that are in the federal constitution, federal law, and state constitution. And I would respectfully submit that the proposed map complies with all of those criteria.
Thank you, Mr. Trendy. Mr. Salin, for that presentation. Very much appreciate it. And now I'm going to open up, if our legislators have any questions for you, I'm going to open up the floor to that. Any legislators? Minority Leader?
Yes, I have a bunch of questions. I'm sorry, I didn't catch your name.
My name is Misha Tsaitlin.
Misha
Tsaitlin.
Yes. Sorry if I'm mispronouncing your name. And you are an attorney at Trotman and Pepper, I'm guessing? That's why we got this. Okay.
That's right.
And we just received your memo. We appreciate your memo. We just received your memo probably 5 minutes before the meeting started. Oh, okay. Well, the legislature just got your memo just 5 minutes before. I don't know if you prepared it well in advance. But I do have some questions in regards to, you had mentioned the analysis that Mr. Trendy did, and I do have some questions in regards to how the map was put together. But let's start with Mr. Trendy. If I'm looking at your analysis correctly and remembering what happened and occurred when Mr. Trendy provided testimony just last year as it pertains to the case that was before the Court of Appeals, Mr. Trendy did the same analysis that he provided for the Republican voters that were suing, he provided the same analysis here.
Yes, except the only difference here is that he did 50,000 simulations rather than the 5 and 10,000 he did there, because that was one of the criticisms in the Harkin-Ryder case. They wanted more simulations, so he did 50,000. The other wrinkle is there is that requirement in the home rule law about not splitting certain towns that are less than 40%, so he coded that in. So those were two differences, but otherwise the analysis is the same analysis.
The analysis is the same.
Yes.
Okay. And in that analysis, who actually drew the map that's before us today? Did Mr. Trendy draw the map? Did yourself draw the map? Who actually put together the map? I understand you analyzed the map. Who drew the map?
We worked together with the presiding officer to put together the map.
So yourself and Mr. Trendy put together the map.
Council worked together with the presiding officer to put together the map.
I'm sorry. Who actually sat at a computer and drew the map?
I answered your question.
No, you haven't actually. You said that you worked together with the presiding officer to draw the map.
Yes.
But
Pepper.
someone has to sit at a computer and actually draw the map. Was it Mr. Trendy?
No.
It was yourself.
My law firm drew the map.
Your law firm.
With consultation with the presiding officer.
So let me start over. Maybe I'm being unclear. When the Republican map was presented to the legislature, Mr. Schaefer got up and said, "I drew the map." He was able to say that unequivocally. He had put together the map. We asked him very pointed questions as it pertained to the map that he presented. Now you're telling me that the entity of Trotman and Pepper put together the map. Which one is it? Is it Trotman and Pepper that put together the map? A whole bunch of people got in the room and put together the map?
Trotman, I'm going to try this one more time. Trotman Pepper, working with the presiding officer, put together the map.
So that entity put together. So there's no individual person. There's multiple people that put together the map. It's my question.
I answered the question to the best of my ability.
Multiple people put together the map. Good. Tonight, Trotman Pepper is paid for by the Republican majority?
Yes, Trout Pepper was retained by the presiding officer pursuant to the charter, the Nassau County Charter.
Okay, so can you answer that, sir?
I just answered it for you. I retained Trout and
Well,
Pepper.
just for the record, could you
Okay,
answer
you
that?
can answer it as well.
That's my understanding.
Okay, all right. And if I'm understanding the analysis correctly, that was presented before us, you had mentioned that you disagreed with some of the components of Dr. Maggleby's analysis, correct?
Dr. Maggolby claimed that he did the analysis that was done in Harkin-Ryder. His analysis has no plausible basis to claim that it's anything like the Harkin-Ryder analysis. He did a completely different analysis, which as far as I know has never been presented in any court, and certainly was never presented in Harkin-Ryder.
And you reviewed Dr. Maggleby's analysis?
Yes.
You reviewed it?
Yes.
And you ran it through the same computations that Mr. Trendy runs through?
No, he did a completely different analysis. While he did run simulations, instead of doing a gerrymandering index, he did something called a mean median analysis.
You're saying he did a different analysis.
Different analysis.
But you're not saying that you ran it through. You didn't. Mr. Trendy is saying that you ran a different analysis, or you're saying that you ran a different analysis? Because Mr. Trendy did this analysis that's before us today with the bar graph and the black up and down graphs, but you didn't do that.
Mr. Trendy did that analysis, yes.
So basically, you just analyzed what Dr. Maggolby did.
I read his report as an expert in redistricting. I've litigated redistricting cases all over the country. I've represented independent commissions. I've represented individual voters. I read his report, and it is clear if you read his report, he does not do the Harkin-Ryder analysis at all. He does a completely different kind of analysis.
So it sounds like to me that you're giving testimony that you are an expert demographer.
I'm not giving that testimony, no.
But you're analyzing Dr. Maggolby's criteria as well as his analysis as if you were.
That's not correct.
How's that not?
I am telling you.
You're a litigator.
As the litigator who litigated Harkin-Ryder.
So you're a litigator, but you're a part-time demographer.
Objection.
I
was lead counsel in a Harkin-Ryder case, having successfully litigated.
But sir, you're a counsel
Yes.
You're not a demographer.
And I presented the analysis of Mr. Trendy successfully to the Court of
But then
Appeals.
Mr. Trendy should be here in terms of what criticizing or critiquing what Dr. Magleby did, not yourself.
I'm here.
Why isn't he here?
I think I've so far have answered all of your questions, and I can happy to explain to you how Dr. Magleby's analysis is just different from Mr. Trendy's. And I know he's going to be testifying later, and I doubt that he's going to claim that he did the same analysis as Mr. Trendy, given that Mr. Trendy does a gerrymandering index off of his ensemble, whereas Dr. Magleby does a mean median off of his ensemble.
Okay, so let's get into the criteria of the map, because you talked a little bit about that tonight. So let's get into that. You tried to present a rationale for Hempstead being split into 3 districts. I'd like to hear that again.
That was not part of what I articulated. No,
Well, okay, let's start over. Is Hempstead split into 3 districts?
it is.
Okay. So basically, I'm trying to understand, you are defending the map that's before us tonight, correct?
That's correct.
So let's try it over again. Let's start over again. So basically, Hempstead is split into 3 districts. You are defending that map. Can you give us the rationale on why Hempstead is split into 3 districts?
Well, first of all, Hempstead is above the 40% threshold, so it can be split.
Yes.
And in order to balance their district criteria, as the presiding officer said, there is no perfect map. Certainly, 2 splits is better than 1, but then you have to make other compromises. You have to achieve all those legal requirements. Of course, and
Is there any other village that can be split by your criteria that was split 3 ways?
there were no, there wasn't.
No, I'm sorry?
There was not.
There was no, so the village of Hempstead was special.
Okay, I am not actually, okay, I am not, I'm going to revise. I'm not sure if any others were split in 3 ways.
Wait a minute.
I'm not sure if
I'm
any
sorry,
others
I'm
were
getting.
split in 3 ways.
Let's back up, Mr.
Okay.
I'm sorry, I'm sorry, say your name again?
Saitlin.
Slayton. I'm gonna remember that next time. Mr. Saitlin, let's back up. You drew this map with the presiding officer, correct?
Yes.
But you just said that you weren't sure if any other village was split 3 ways.
I'm not sitting here this moment, but I will say that in Appendix A of our memorandum, which I didn't read through, talks about the features of each individual district, which you are happy to, you're
Are you
glad to-
confident of what you presented tonight?
Yes,
So let's start over again. The village of Hempstead was split 3 ways.
yes.
Okay, that is the only village to your recollection that has been split 3 ways? Can you say that definitively? I can.
Okay,
It is.
okay.
Okay. So, but you can. But you drew the map. Got it. Okay. So again, the village of Hempstead is split 3 ways, one of which is located in District 14. Now, one of the tenets that is tied to the principles that we follow is that there has to be communities of interest. Can you explain to me the community of interest as it pertains to the village of Hempstead that the village is in?
The memorandum in Appendix A talks about all the communities of interest. I'm going to let the memorandum speak for itself.
Well, sir, just to be fair, we didn't get a chance to read your memorandum until 5 minutes before the meeting.
Do you want me to just read the District 14 description to you?
You could read it to me, but I'd rather hear your analysis because you had indicated that you had put together the map.
What I had indicated is the law firm of Trout and Pepper worked with the presiding officer to put together the map. The descriptions are there in the appendix, and I can either read the descriptions to you or you can read them yourself.
No, what I'm trying to find out is the rationale for why it was done.
The rationale for why it was done is everything that I talked about. You have to comply with all of those various criteria, and no map's going to be perfect. You're going to have splits. In the ideal map, in the ideal world, you would have no splits, but then you would not be able to comply with all those legal criteria, including population deviation, including the prohibition against racial gerrymandering, and all the rest. That's why any split here would have happened, because fundamentally it's because of the equal protection requirement of equal population, but more particularly the other requirements as well.
So let's move on because I'm not too sure I understand your point. Lakeview also in District 14, correct? As in the
Correct.
proposed map.
Yes,
Are you sure?
yes.
Okay. Lakeview is also in the proposed map. Lakeview has community interests that I guess your proposed map that you put up tonight actually has some level of community interests with other parts of District 14. Is
That's
that what
correct. That's correct.
How so?
If
Are you familiar with Lakeview?
my understanding is that Lakeview and it shares a school district with other areas of District 14. That's my understanding.
And what's the racial makeup of Lakeview?
As I explained to you, I explained earlier, racial gerrymandering is unconstitutional under the U.S. Constitution, and therefore we did not analyze race of the map after Mr. Trendy concluded that there was no VRA Section 2 district shared. In fact, I feel quite uncomfortable speaking about the racial makeups of districts in light of the U.S. Supreme Court's very specific instruction, which is that racial gerrymandering is unconstitutional.
So how would you define communities of interest?
Communities of interest are people who share political, economic, social tie or religious ties. That's how the Supreme Court defines communities.
I would define it the same way. So explain to me the ties between Lakeview and the surrounding parts that district that they're proposally in. You put together the map, right?
As I've said 5 times now, the minority leader, we worked with a presiding officer to put together the map. Appendix A speaks for itself with regard to the communities of interest that are considered.
No. What are the tenets? You're saying that Lakeview has communities of interest to those communities that is surrounding it in Legislative District 14. Explain to me those tenets that are similar.
Again, I will point you to Appendix A.
Sir, if you can't do it, just say you can't do it.
I can do it. I did it in Appendix A. I will refer to that.
But your appendix, well, you know what? Since you reference it so much, let's read your appendix then.
Okay.
Because it doesn't talk to that. But let's try.
You want to look at A3, which talks about District 14, if you want to read that.
Yeah, I'll read into the record. Proposed District 14 includes East Rockaway, Limbrook, North Limbrook, Malvern, Lakeview, West Hempstead, and portions of Hempstead. The district unites similar incorporated villages that are strong religious communities. I'd like to understand what you mean by that. As well as including the synagogues and churches that serve their residents. Right?
Yes.
Okay. Proposed District 14 unites Malvern and Lakeview, which share a school district, as well as keeping together the entire West Hempstead School District. This district also combines several train stations. Those are communities of interest.
According to the U.S. Supreme Court, transportation links are communities of interest.
That's good to know.
Leader. Yeah.
Along the south line of the Long Island Railroad that serve their communities for commuting to and from the city. Now, there are people here from Lakeview tonight. I'm not too sure they would agree with you in terms of the paragraph that you wrote this paragraph, correct?
As I've now said,
It was a joint effort that wrote
as
the
I've said
paragraph.
for the 6th time, we worked with the presiding officer. Yes.
But who wrote the paragraph? Who wrote the memo?
Presiding officer, do I have to answer the same question 7 times?
Why can't we? Someone sat at a computer and wrote this memo. Why can't you tell me who did that?
Is it a work product of your law firm?
Yes, working with the presiding officer's office.
Right.
So it was multiple people.
I've now said 8 times. Yes.
It was okay, but you can't tell us anybody other than yourself that was one of those multiple people.
You want me to identify the associates at my law firm?
I can't believe that the associates would need more than one person to write this memo. I don't know what you're hiding. I really don't. But that being said, there are people here tonight that are from Lakeview. They would submit tonight that what you wrote in this paragraph does not define communities' interests. Now, I'm going to ask you the question again, but now I'm going to break it down based on what you actually wrote. You said that the district unites similar incorporated villages and strong religious communities, correct? What are the religious communities that you identified in Lakeview?
The memorandum speaks for itself and the appendix speaks for itself.
Sir. You told me multiple times, you asked me to read your appendix as it pertains to District 14. I just did so.
Okay, Minority Leader, I have nothing to add beyond what's there on the appendix.
So you don't know?
I have nothing to add beyond what it's in there.
But you want to profess that you did an incredible analysis, but you didn't even do an analysis to determine what the strong religious communities are in the town of Lakeview. Correct?
As I've now said for the 8th time,
You know what? You're going to say it for the 15th time.
Okay.
Because ultimately, you're not giving any responses that these folks tonight can rely on. I just asked you a very pointed question. You said that there's strong religious communities, one of which includes the town of Lakeview. I asked you a very pointed question. Tell me what those religious communities are.
All right, he has answered that. You don't like his answer. We understand that, but let's move on to another question.
Presiding officer, what was his answer? I'm sorry.
He said the answer, he was relying upon the appendix and the memo, and that was his answer. So move on to something else.
Yes. listen, yes, he did. Got it. Let's move on. Oh, for the public, I'm sorry. I read the appendix into the. The appendix. If you can, sir, can you flip that around? That's not the appendix.
This is the appendix, but the packet is up there.
Let's move on.
The whole packet is up there.
Oh, I think what my colleague is saying, folks, the packet, if you want to be able to read the appendix, is over there on the high table. Yes, you have it. Next component. If I remember correctly, the Republican TDAC Commission members actually presented or proposed, and I believe is also on the Democratic map, I might be confused about the Republican TDAC member map, an Asian influence district. Correct?
Creating a racial
A district that had an Asian influence.
creating on purpose a racial influence district would violate the Equal Protection Clause of the U.S. Constitution.
No, I guess that's not what I asked you. What I asked you was, did those maps do that?
The maps presented a district that you can describe as you will. What I'm saying is, if they did that on purpose, that would be unconstitutional.
So I'm sorry. I mean, can you answer the question? I asked you.
just did.
No. I asked you. Did those maps do that? You had analyzed the maps, correct?
The notion of an Asian influence district, as used in the case law, would be a district drawn on purpose for the purpose of having a minority racial group influence a district. If that was done on purpose, it would be unconstitutional. If it was done by accident or to further other communities of interest considerations,
Yes.
then it would not be a legally
Did the
relevant
Republican
category.
TDAC map do that? Did the Democratic TDAC do that?
Presiding officer, I'm attempting to answer his questions.
I'm asking a very pointed question of whether or not those maps included it or not. You said you analyzed the maps, sir.
Do you want me to repeat what I just said, which is that
Okay, so I guess what you're saying is you didn't analyze that aspect of the maps.
we looked at that aspect of the map, and to the extent, and what I'm saying is, to the extent that was done on purpose, which neither of them said they did it on purpose, certainly the Republican side didn't say they did it on purpose, that would be a violation of the Equal Protection Clause. However, if it was done because of community of interest considerations, then it would be fine. But then it wouldn't be in the legal parlance an Asian influence district. It would be a district drawn based on legal criteria and communities of interest. It wouldn't be termed properly an Asian influence district.
We'll agree to disagree, sir.
Fair enough?
Let's move into Freeport. Should I read your synopsis again? Sure. Proposed District 5 includes North Merrick, most of Freeport, and portions of North Belmore. The interconnected communities share numerous communities of interest, have intermunicipal aid services for fire departments and ambulatory services, as well as sharing schools. Consistent with the level of intermunicipal cooperation, these communities previously crafted common federal applications and aid after Hurricane Sandy. Beyond government operations, these communities share extensive business interests with Merrick and North Merrick, even sharing a common Chamber of Commerce. Finally, these communities share the same rail line and economic corridor that runs along the Sunrise Highway in Merrick and have common interests related to both public transportation. Did I capture everything?
Yes.
Okay. Let's start with the first or the last point that you mentioned. They share a common Chamber of Commerce. What's the name of that Chamber of Commerce?
I'm going to again repeat, I'm going to rely upon the appendix, and I will also say further that this provides far, far more detail than the information provided by either the Democrat commissioners on their various districts or the Republican commissions on the various districts.
Okay,
So we have provided
let's-
more information
let's-
to the,
let's-
may I finish my?
Oh, I'm sorry.
With regard to communities of interest, while you clearly want more specificity, we have provided this chamber far more specificity with regard to communities of interest in this appendix than anything found in the Republican commissioners or the Democrat commissioners' submissions. Now, I know you are wanting more details, but this is significantly more details than they provided. And I didn't remember any questioning of this level of detail, this unhappiness, when the Democratic commissioners were up before the committee or the Republican commissioners were before the committee.
I stand to differ. on that. But let's go. Let's try, because now you're defending the proposed map that's before us tonight, and this is your paragraph. I didn't make that up. I mean, this is what you had written, or an ensemble of people have written. That being said, let's try again. The Common Chamber of Commerce. I would like to know the name of that Chamber of Commerce.
This is going a little bit too far. All right. I mean,
No,
you can
well,
ask
well,
you can ask
you-
your general questions, but this is not.
So
This is not.
So let me make sure I'm clear. There is no Common Chamber of Commerce that covers the North Merrick and Freeport area.
This is
I'd like to
not-
know where it is. I've lived there. I'd like to know where it is.
This is not a gotcha sessions. So you can ask a question, but if you're going to drill
No,
down to
it's
the
not-
nitty gritty to try to get
It's
Mr.
not-
Salem,
it's not-
because of
Presiding officer, it's
one or
not-
two particular
if you-
communities, it's
why
not
do
going to
you
happen.
feel I'm sure you guys had conversations before this. Why do you feel the need to defend him? I asked him a very pointed question. He wrote.
What I feel the need to do is
Presiding officer,
to
he wrote.
stop you from playing games.
No, Presiding officer.
You're playing games. You want
Presiding
the
officer.
name of specific
Yes,
chambers of commerce.
he-
That's not going to happen tonight. You can ask
Okay.
general questions. That's
Presiding-
fine.
Presiding
You're not
officer-
playing gotcha with this one.
Presiding officer, we're not playing gotcha.
Yes, you are. You know you are.
Gotcha would be basically if I presented something and then I try to get him
No,
on
you-
what I said. He wrote this in his memo. He
No,
wrote
no,
that.
you're
wrote,
trying to get him-
Folks, you can read it for yourselves.
But he's not answering that question. You can move on.
Okay, so basically, the presiding officer is going to come to your defense. You mentioned again that there are
Right. There's a level of fairness here, and I'm going to enforce it.
Okay, all right. So the record remains that I have not heard the shared Chamber of Commerce. I would like to know what it is. Anyway, let's move on. You mentioned that in your opening statement, as it pertains to communities of interest, that you looked at very tenets of religious, transportation lines, Long Island Railroad lines, so on and so forth. Did you look at any other demographic or socioeconomic statuses?
We considered all communities of interest that are legally permissible. We did not consider racial groups as such because of the precedent that I drew, but we considered what we talked about before, which is religious, political, economic, social ties.
So-
district ties, those kinds of things.
So are you familiar with, as it pertains to District 5, there is a section of District 5 that is presently called Northeast Freeport. Are you familiar with that portion of Freeport?
Again, with regard to any specifics of the districts, I will just reply on
Sir,
appendix.
I'm going to have to tell you honestly, and I'm not trying to be confrontational, presiding officer, but the fact remains, here you are proposing that this map, and you put together a nice graph, a nice chart, that you're saying tonight that this map passes all the tests in the John Lewis provision, in the Federal Voter Rights Act, and everything else. But then, when we ask you details about the map, you can't even present them. You're punting them. Which one is it? Is the map, do you know the map? Again, did you draw this map? I know. You did it with consultation of the presiding officer. But when I'm asking you very detailed questions about the map, you should be able to answer the questions about the map.
No, actually what you're trying to do is getting down to such minute, granular detail to try to trip up the witness that you're actually going far astray from what the purpose of this hearing is.
No.
We have presented a
Presiding
map
officer?
that involves
Mr.
1.4 million people with 19 districts.
Presiding
And various
officer,
other
I'm not
requirements.
too
If
sure-
we're going to drill
I
down
don't-
to the granular,
I'm not too sure
street
why
by
you
street,
feel-
person, if you're going to drill down to the granular, street by street,
I'm not
catch
doing
them on a
street by street.
specific wrong name of a chamber of commerce,
Presiding officer,
then there's no purpose to this other than gotcha.
presiding officer, I am not.
And no
Yep.
individual would know this county to that extent.
I think the 19 people here do.
They know each other's districts. You don't know anything. You don't know enough about my district.
How do you know that? How do you know that?
All right, let me.
So are you assuming I don't know anything about your district?
No, I'm sorry. Yeah,
Oh, okay.
that's not true. You do. Obviously, we all know things about each other's district,
Oh, okay.
but nobody knows our districts like we do. And there are civic associations. Example, what civic associations handle New Hyde Park? Seriously, of course you don't know, right? You wouldn't know. You wouldn't know.
There are plenty.
You wouldn't know, but that's.
Presiding
You
officer,
wouldn't know, but
presiding
you wouldn't know, but you're willing to say, "Oh, this is impartial. This is a terrible gerrymander." So therefore, by your own standards, you're not qualified to make that judgment.
Presiding officer, I know your district very well, as you know.
I know your brother. You actually do know my district. That's true.
But the bottom line is, for some reason, you are coming to the defense of the witness. I don't know why. I mean, maybe because you hired him, but the bottom line is, from our standpoint, I'm asking you very direct questions. You're claiming that these districts do meet the criteria of having communities of interest. I'm asking you questions like, well, how did you come to that conclusion? Because I'm looking at sections, as we talked about with Lakeview, as we're talking about with Northeast Freeport, what we're talking about with Hempstead, that do not meet that criteria to have communities of interest. So I'm asking him very pointed questions on why he believes that section of Hempstead that is in District 14, that area of Lakeview that is in District 14, I'm asking you very pointed questions on why you believe those areas have communities of interest of the surrounding areas in that district. Obviously, it doesn't seem like you can answer them because I'm asking you questions about things that you wrote. I didn't write this. He wrote it. But you can't answer them. Am I understanding that correctly?
My answers to the community of interest considerations are found in Appendix A. In the appendix to the thing, there are other legal considerations that also cabin how much you can unite communities of interest, which were the discussion that I had for about 30 minutes. It is not possible to unite every community of interest. Every single map ever adopted in the United States splits some communities of interest, unites others.
Where does communities of interest, where does
The
communities of interest rank in terms of the principles that we should be following?
communities of interest is the sixth, is one of the things listed.
No, where does it rank?
No,
What-
I'm
Yeah, well, answer it. Yeah, you're saying one
No,
of the
no, no,
six.
Minority Leader, I was answering your question.
Okay.
So the top criteria is the U.S. Constitution.
Mm-hmm.
Second is Voting Rights Act, the Federal Voting Rights Act.
Yep.
Then there's a home rule law, and it has seven different criteria within the communities of interest are one of the subparts of the sixth criteria, and it says you need to consider.
Which
communities.
subpart? What number?
It's Municipal Home Rule 10-1 A13A.
No. What I mean is when you start to break down the subparts, which subparts are ahead of it and which subparts are below it?
Then, in the law, the home rule law, the number one, the first is districts shall be nearly as equal population as practical.
Yes.
Number two, districts shall not be drawn with the intent or result of denying or abridging equal opportunity of racial language minorities, et cetera, et cetera. Number three, districts shall be consist of contiguous territory. Districts 4, districts shall be compact in the form of practical. Number 5, districts shall not be drawn to discourage competition or the purpose of favoring or disfavoring incumbents or other candidates or political parties. Number 6, the maintenance of cores of existing districts or existing political subdivisions, including cities, villages, and towns, and of communities of interest, shall be considered, and to the extent practicable. So it's in that list, in number 6, it's like the fourth one in number 6.
Communities of interest.
Yes, the fourth one in number 6
Okay.
of the home rule.
That's what I was driving at.
Yeah.
So basically, if I'm going back to your tenants again, and let's go back to Freeport if we can, and I don't want to take too much time tonight because I want the public to be able to get a chance to speak, and I'm sure there's other legislators that have questions for you. The Northeast Freeport section, I know you said that you did not examine any socio-economic, you just basically went based off of what you wrote tonight as the criteria on why the Northeast section of Freeport, when you decided to split Freeport, was credible to split it where you split it.
As I've explained many times, in balancing the many criteria, some of which I just articulated and the other ones I articulated earlier, some communities of interest had to be split. It is impossible, Minority Leader, to draw any redistricting map in any place in this country that doesn't split some communities of interest. That's why, in the list, it is subpart 3 of 6, and it is a consideration that needs to be taken into account. It is one of the many, many considerations, many of which, including the U.S. Constitution and the Voting Rights Act, are of higher criteria. And a lot of the splits, and the majority of the splits in any district map, not just the counties, is driven by the equal population requirement.
I understand.
That's why you got to split every single map. If you were to interrogate the Democrat legislative map, the Republican legislative map, you would find communities of interest that are split there as well. And as I've said, we provided many more details of communities of considerations for this legislature than either of those two delegations provided to you.
You don't have to defend your map by criticizing theirs. I'm asking you can you stand on your own?
Yes.
You keep referencing the Democratic map. Yes, the Democratic map wasn't perfect. The Republican map wasn't perfect. We get that. But you keep defending that by saying, well, I did more than them. Well, if they did little and you're doing little, but you're doing a little bit more than them, I don't understand why you keep saying that as a valid point.
What I'm saying, Minority Leader, is that their maps are illegal. We gave you a legal map. If there are specifics of this map that this body wants to change, if you want to have Hempstead, split 2 instead of 3, these are changes that you all can make. I'm just giving you a map that is legal, which is the first map that's legal that you've been presented. The two other maps on the table, if the legislature adopts them, the legislature will be sued and they will lose. So what I'm doing is I'm presenting you a legal map. It's not perfect. No map is perfect. These individual adjustments to communities of interest, to the extent the body agrees, they can be done. But what I would say, when you do it, make sure you stay within the population limits. Make sure you don't racially gerrymander. Make sure you don't violate the Voting Rights Act. Make sure you keep a contiguous compact. With regard to individual adjustments, you want to split one community of interest but unite another. As long as you're complying with those other criteria, this body can do that. But what you can't do is you can't do what the other two maps that have been given to you, and which is that just to violate the law. That you can't do.
So I'm going to wrap up with this, Presiding Officer, and I want to thank you for your testimony tonight. Can you specify with your map? I talked about some areas that needed to be addressed. I talked about Freeport. I talked about Hempstead. I talked about Lakeview. Can you specify in your map what other communities of interest have been separated from other districts that have similar community interest to them?
I'm sure there are many, and the reason for that is in every single...
Identify some than the ones that we talked about tonight. I would like to hear it.
As I've said multiple times, whenever you draw any map, you will have, because of how communities of interest are...
Sir, I'm not going to let you just go on. I asked you Presiding Officer, I asked him a very pointed question. I can't get more pointed than that. I said I just identified 3 areas that have communities of interest that I don't believe have the same communities of interest in the district that they're drawn in. I asked you a very pointed question, sir. What other parts of the county have those community interests that are not tied to those districts that they're in? I asked you a very pointed question. You drew the map, right?
As I've said now 12 times.
So basically, sir, it's okay to not know. It's okay. You could say, Minority Leader, I don't know the answer to the question. It's fair. I would accept that. But you're continuing to ramble and try to think like you're fooling us, but you're not. So again, I'm going to ask you a very pointed question. Do you know whether or not there are other splits in this map that you drew that exist outside of Lakeview, North Freeport, and Hempstead? If you don't know, just say you don't know.
Because of the way communities of interest are defined, which are these broader categories, there are many splits in every map possible.
So give me a specific one to this map that you drew. Not talking about many maps possible, not talking about Wisconsin, not talking about Michigan, places that you may have litigated cases. So you drew this map with the Presiding Officer. So you should be able to tell me where those splits are.
The easiest way to do that is just to look at the various areas that the map
but you
says.
drew the map.
I'm going to answer your question, if you would let me.
Give me the areas.
Every single one that's split, every single town every single thing that's split that's below the 40%, that would be a community of interest split. Every single map will have that.
No.
Yes, every single map will have many community of interest splits.
No, that's so basically now you're saying the community interest that you're holding that criteria to is based off of zip code in town.
You didn't say that.
No, I'm just trying to figure out which one it is.
You're not going to paraphrase that and put it in
Okay,
his mouth.
then please clarify what you just said again, because I don't think I understood.
I mean, it's clear. He said it. I mean, and everyone in this room knows this. Every time you draw a map, there's going to be community of interest that gets separated, and you have to try to minimize that.
Let me ask you the question, because I guess you consulted with witness.
Of course, there's going to be splits. It's not possible not to do that.
Got it. There are many splits. We understand. Presiding Officer, since you drew the map with the gentleman, can you tell me where the other splits are?
Community of interest.
You're defending him now.
I'm trying to be respectful, but let me explain to you why your question is frankly silly. Let me explain why.
So now I'm silly.
No, that question is silly. Let me explain why. The way communities of interest are defined, all of Nassau, if you were doing a larger map, would be a community of interest. So the Nassau community of interest is split 19 ways. That's why the question is silly.
Let me explain.
Communities of interest can be defined in a broad manner or a narrow manner.
Let me explain, because maybe you have to lower yourself to insults to be able to make your point. I don't need to do that. But maybe you need to do that. I don't know. But that being said, that being said, I asked you a very pointed question. It doesn't seem like you can answer the question.
I will answer that. You put it to me. The community of Oceanside is split. The community of New Hyde Park is split. The community of Manhasset is split from Port Washington. We could get, if you asked every legislator here about their district, wait, no. I'm answering your question.
No, I wasn't done making my point.
No, you had answered. You had asked a question of me. He had interrupted. I'm answering you. Every legislator here, your side, our side, every one of us could look at this map and tell you there's community of interest splits in each district, multiple. Oceanside, I can tell you, New Hyde Park has been split. East Williston, Williston Park has been split. Multiple. Levittown's been split. So the point is, that's the answer to your question.
What you're stating is the obvious. We know unincorporated areas can be split. What I'm talking to in regards to Hempstead and to Freeport, Hempstead and Freeport are incorporated villages that meet a criteria to be split. So I'm asking the question. You're bringing up every single town in the.
That's what you asked.
No. You're misinterpreting. What I'm asking the question of, and it hinges on Hempstead and Freeport, is how did you determine the split in those particular areas? He couldn't answer the question. So then I elaborated the question to get the point that you just made in regards to what other towns were split. Now, if we were to examine those towns, I would like to see the breakdown and analysis that shows me that those towns have separate or different community interests than the districts that they could have been in or not in. I haven't seen that. This is his map. So I'm asking very pointed questions, but for some reason we keep feeling the need to defend him, and then he comes to your defense. I don't know which is why. But the point I'm trying to make is I need to understand why we made those splits. The folks behind you want to know why you made those splits. You can't come up with a reason on why. You just say a more general. I understand what you're going to say, and I'm here to paraphrase. You just continue to say that, well, in any large district, you're going to be in any large county, you're going to have splits. Splits are going to happen. Community interests are going to split. But you did that based on not even hearing from these folks tonight.
When this map was being drawn, we looked at all of the testimony in front of the TDAC. We looked at all of public testimony. We looked at the recommendation from both sides of the TDAC. We talked to the presiding officer, and in Appendix A,
sir, that is impossible.
Well, you keep interrupting him.
Sir, because
you don't like his answer.
I read every single word.
Either you're giving.
You don't have to answer, Mr. Saylor. He's interrupting.
Sir, either you didn't read through the transcript properly, or you're just flat out just wrong. Because I could tell you unequivocally, there were people here from the village of Hempstead that asked for their village to be made whole. Unequivocally. So if you're telling me that they were okay with a split, either you read the transcript wrong, we can go through the transcript. Because I'm willing to bet that transcript does not reflect that they said that this village could be split 3 ways.
You do not have to respond to that. That's not
because we know the truth. Nothing further.
Yeah. He didn't want answers. He wanted to give a monologue. Anyone else in the minority want to ask any questions? All right, who's next?
So I guess I'm going to go.
Okay.
You'll go? Go ahead. Go ahead. So, thank you for your testimony thus far. I do have some questions, and I was going to allow some air to get between myself and the minority leader, because I too want to discuss the communities of Hempstead and Lakeview. And I guess, so I'm going to, before we talk about those communities, I wanted to talk about the difference in what you say, the process that was undertaken by the Democrats, which was a median and mean, or mean-medium simulations. Is that what you stated earlier?
So what, do you want me to just yes or no, or do you want me to explain?
I want to hear you, yeah.
Okay, so what Mr. Trendy did in Harkenrider what Mr. Trendy did in Harkin Rider is he ran simulations, and then what he did is he created something called a gerrymandering index, which helps you tell how the map that was adopted performs compared to maps that were drawn without political considerations. That is what you see here, what was done. What Dr. Malgamy did is he did a simulation, but then he didn't do a gerrymandering index. He did something called a mean median approach. He didn't explain why he did mean median instead of some other partisan symmetry calculation, which is all different from the gerrymandering index. He also didn't disclose in his report that what he was doing, regardless of whether in his academic literature he prefers that approach, that it was entirely different from Harkin Rider. What you see in his report is he says, I'm doing the Harkin Rider thing. Well, we went and we retained the Harkin Rider expert, and he did the actual Harkin Rider thing. And you get a showing that our map is in the middle of the bell curve, whereas both the Republican map and the commissioner map and the Democratic commissioner map are off the bell curve. But again, as I said, they're not as far off as the congressional map that the Albany legislature drew, but they're pretty far off, and ours is right in the middle on the gerrymandering index analysis that was successful in Harkin Rider.
Okay, and then at some point you gave a number for the simulations, the enumeration of the simulations. How many?
Mr. Trendy ran 50,000 simulations in this circumstance. I believe Dr. Malgamy ran 10,000. Now, as we talked in Harkin Rider, when you have this number of simulations, once you get about 5,000, you're likely just going to end up getting the same results. But Mr. Trendy ran 50,000 just because in Harkin Rider, he was criticized for only running 10,000, which is how...
That was the next question. Thank you for answering that. Okay, thank you. So I want to shift now specifically to the communities of Hempstead and Lakeview. And I wanted to talk a little bit about the split and how parts of Hempstead and Lakeview then end up in District 14. And specifically, I wanted to talk about the municipal home rule law, where when it gives the priorities, and it's the population, right?
Mhm.
Then second is not diluting the votes of racial and language minority groups, correct?
All right, legislator.
Okay, so please reconcile how you can protect those groups' rights without taking race into consideration.
Oh,
Because you've said a few times you don't take race into consideration.
What the U.S. Supreme Court has said is that moving any sizable number of people into a particular district based on race is unconstitutional unless you satisfy the highest standard in law, which is strict scrutiny. The U.S. Supreme Court has thus far only recognized one basis in redistricting that would allow, that would satisfy strict scrutiny. That is strict compliance with Section 2 of the Voting Rights Act, the Federal Voting Rights Act. Because we did not want to read the John Lewis law to violate the U.S. Constitution, we interpreted it consistent with Section 2 of the VRA. And as I noted, Mr. Trendy did a Section 2 VRA analysis under the Gingles factors, and he informed us there were no districts that needed to be drawn to comply with Section 2 of the VRA. And that satisfies then that provision of state law, because that provision of state law is read consistent with other provisions of state law, which say that nothing in any other law can require a violation of the U.S. Constitution. And of course that makes a lot of sense, because under the supremacy clause of the U.S. Constitution, the U.S. Constitution stands higher than federal legislation, and it stands higher than state legislation, and which is why that is, I think, a sensible reading of the John Lewis law. Now, I will say the John Lewis law has never been litigated. This was just enacted. This is the first cycle. Perhaps, there will be a test case here coming up. But we had to do our best to reconcile this new law with something the U.S. Supreme Court has been very firm about. The Cooper case was written by Justice Elena Kagan. The Wisconsin State Legislature case recently came out, and the U.S. Supreme Court has been very harsh on either state legislatures or even state Supreme Courts who draw districts based on race. And we were very concerned that both the Republican commissioner's map and the Democrat commissioner's map did not heed those instructions, did not discuss those instructions, and we were trying to comply with the U.S. Constitution, and we believe the John Lewis Act was not intended to be in violation of the U.S. Constitution.
Okay, so that was a lot.
It's a complicated legal area.
Yeah, it is, and I'm not going to profess, I'm not a lawyer, I'm not a practitioner, but I still can't reconcile to how the municipal home rules specifically states that you have to meet these priorities, and they go in order. There's a preference, there's a priority order, and the second one being the most important, and it's not diluting those individuals' voices, and I don't know how we do that without considering race.
No.
And so I personally can't reconcile to that. And I'll tell you that those communities to which may share school districts, they may share train lines, but one of the other things that it's supposed to really take into consideration, and as far as I understand it, is that there has to be a commonality in policies that would impact the communities of interest. And I would argue, and that the policies that would impact Lakeview versus what policies might be impactful or of consideration or of paramount importance to the folks in Malvern and Lynbrook are significantly different. And I'm going to tell you that the communities of Hempstead and Lakeview is a very small community. Lakeview proper is, I think, somewhere around 5,700 people proper. But folks who know that community know that Lakeview, when we say Lakeview, we're also referring to the unincorporated portion of Rockville Center, and we're also referring to a portion of West Hempstead. So if we were to combine all of those communities, they're not a large group of people. And but if I specifically just peel off Lakeview, Lakeview is a community that does not have its own school district. It's a community that does not have its own community center. And because of that, it is not uncommon to find folks from Lakeview in that greater area, right, because they're all clustered right together, to find them in Hempstead at Kennedy Park. It's not uncommon to find them in other parts of the community, whether it be Baldwin or Roosevelt and other parts of the community, to meet their cultural needs and to discuss things of paramount consideration for them regarding policy. I implore this body to reconsider where Lakeview is placed. And when we start talking about Hempstead, where it's a very large population of individuals, there are subsets in different, parts of that community, the Heights, the this, that. To split it three ways, and I know that it had been split three ways before, it presents a challenge for some of those communities as well, because when we talk about policies that would bind those groups together to want to be able to identify candidates, a pool of candidates that they want to elect, and be able to have those individuals represent them. To split them off is a disenfranchisement, and that's why that second part of that municipal home rule law says you must consider racial language groups, and that's why when we get down the list and we get to communities of interest, it's not the last thing on the list, because it is important. It's not the last thing. So I know we talked about train lines, and I know we talked about schools and school districts, because I think school districts can be important, but the one thing that I didn't hear anybody talk about today is the commonality of where folks stand on issues and policies, and having their voices and their concerns represented by somebody who they can choose. And so I'd like you to revisit that map and consider that small little, they call it Little Lakeview, okay, and consider Little Lakeview. And I would ask you to consider the good people of Hempstead as well. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Legislator Bino. And of course, your points with respect to Lakeview and Hempstead, they're valid. We understand the points that you're making and the concerns that you have and members of the public have. But we did make efforts as much as possible to incorporate what was said during our committee and during the TDAC process. We were able to get Westbury and Newcastle back together. We were able to get Uniondale whole. We were able to get the 5 towns together, which were all things that were raised during the TDAC process and committee process. So, but it's a difficult thing to do because you still have to make sure that what you arrive at the end is something that's going to survive a lawsuit. So we have to make sure. Yes.
Presiding, I'm sorry,
Sure.
I'll let you finish.
No,
sorry.
I'm basically done.
Okay, and I want to acknowledge that you did hear the voices of Lakeview and Little Lakeview very early on in the process, in the event, in so much that Lakeview was split into 3 different districts, and they were then brought back whole. And I do acknowledge that you heard testimony from even Legislator Muley regarding portions of her district, and I think it was Freeport, the portion of Freeport, and I will acknowledge Westbury and Newcastle have been put together whole. But this is an opportunity for me, yet again, I'm always going to push the envelope. This is an opportunity for me again to advocate for the community of Lakeview and advocate for some possible changes that could be made into moving around some things so that we do our very best to protect those communities. Thank you.
As always, your advocacy is very effective and very heartfelt, and we understand. Legislator Solage, and then Legislator Drucker.
Thank you. And in the same spirit, I'm here also to advocate for the 3rd Legislative District, and I'm here also to advocate for the interests of a part of the 3rd Legislative District known as Millbrook. And it is an unincorporated part of Valley Stream known as Millbrook, and has been removed from the 3rd Legislative District. I'd like to know what were the justifications for splitting this part of the 3rd Legislative District.
As I said to the minority leader, we attempted our best to comply with. We needed to comply with the law. That was the first and foremost. And as a result of complying with the law, some communities of interest had to be split, and that may be one of them. But there's no, as the presiding officer said at the beginning, no map is perfect. And if there are adjustments that are like that, and like the ones that were just mentioned, that could be done within the context of a legal map. That's something that the body should discuss.
Well, I implore my colleagues, and I implore yourself and your team and the presiding officer to reconsider including, once again, Millbrook. They share a commonality with the rest of the district, specifically the Valley Stream part of the district, in terms of a common school district, in terms of a common train station, the Valley Stream train station that they use no more than a quarter of a mile away to go to work in New York City. In addition, there are parts of Elmont that are not part of the current 3rd Legislative District that were part of the 3rd Legislative District in the past, and that is the eastern part of Elmont that was represented before by Legislator Mascarella and currently by Legislator Giuffre. And an example of that is a young lady who lives in that part of Elmont, Nafia, who was a victim of an acid attack, and instead of reaching out to your predecessor, Mr. Giuffre, she reached out to my office, even though it was not her legislator, because I represent Elmont. There are parts of Elmont that are east of Meacham Avenue that runs north and south. There are only 2 streets that run north and south of Elmont, and this portion of Elmont has no difference from other portions of Elmont, and it is very diverse in terms of a very large South Asian population and also a Caribbean population. And I implore my colleagues to reconsider this map to keep Elmont truly whole, because there are issues that affect not just one part of Elmont, but all of Elmont. Again, there was a lot of discussion as to who drew the map. I mean, are there any other persons who were responsible for drawing the map who are here tonight? Yes.
No, right? And there's no one.
Nobody on my law firm's here. No, just me.
Like Legislator Bino and Legislator Kavan Abrahams, I share the concern of whether or not race was used. It's almost like a paradox to say that you did not consider race, where perhaps race of other communities were considered. I mean, we have several other communities that may not be considered minority majority, the majority communities, and their cores were kept intact, whereas other core communities that are minority communities were not kept intact, such as Legislator Kavan Abraham's. I'm concerned that we have two minority-majority communities represented by minorities, myself, Legislator of District 3, and Kavan Abraham's Legislator of District 3, and these communities are being split. Do you have any concerns about these communities being split?
Certainly, every community of interest split is ideal to avoid. The problem is that you have to comply with what the U.S. constitutional requirement and then the even more stringent state law requirement of equal population. And there's no way to split a sizable area like the county into 19 parts without splitting communities of interest.
But currently, Legislative District 3 is represented by a majority-minority. Under the new map, it is no longer represented by a minority-majority. My residence is no longer in that district. Did you take political considerations in making these maps?
No, not at all, legislator. That's the first time I'm hearing about that. And this what happened after we won the Harkin Rider case at the Court of Appeals. The special master drew a map, and I don't know if I mentioned this earlier. I remember there were certain incumbents that were paired, folks that ended up running in
Yes,
different
I'm very
parts.
familiar with that decision. I mean, but in that decision, that involved multiple counties: Queens, Nassau, Suffolk County. Here, this only involves just one county. That's a key difference.
Well, right.
So we can't just use that case law as example as gospel when there are clear distinctions.
Well, New York's congressional districts had to be divided into 26. The county has to divide it into 19. Obviously, 26 is bigger than 19, but it shows when you draw a map, not to advance a political agenda, but to draw a map that, look, the proof's in the pudding right there. We had the same expert analyze our map that analyzed, and it's right in the bell curve. This is a fair map. This is just like what the people who were paired from the Harkin Rider decision were obviously unhappy. They were all over the press, attacking judges and things of that sort. But when you have a map that's drawn fairly, that's not drawn to favor or disfavor any incumbent, then you might have, unfortunately, some incumbents that are less happy with that process. But the reason that the legislature adopted the home rule law and the prohibition against partisan gerrymandering, mirroring what the people did in 2014, is they didn't want any more partisan gerrymandering. They didn't want any more incumbent protection gerrymandering. And that has consequences. That has consequences.
But there are multiple Democratic legislators who are no longer in their district due to your map.
I was not aware of that until this moment.
Did the map maker conduct an analysis as to whether there is racially polarized voting in Nassau County?
Yes.
And did that occur for the 3rd Legislative District in the current map that you propose?
There is some racially polarized voting in some parts of Nassau, yes.
What parts of Nassau County?
I do not have those numbers in front of me, no. But what I would say is
Can that information
the Jingles precondition have 3 parts, and Mr. Trendy analyzed 3 parts. It has not only the racial polarization of the voting, but also whether the minority group, a single minority group, has their candidates of choice.
But Mr. Schaefer, when he came here before, did describe that his map did conduct a racial polarized analysis. Does your map do that?
No, Mr. Schaefer, in fact, who testified that he had done no racially polarized analysis whatsoever. That's what Mr. Schaefer testified to. Mr. Trendy did do that analysis. He also did he analyzed all 3 Jingles preconditions, and he determined no VRA districts were mandated. So whereas Mr. Schaefer, and this was one of the problems that what Mr. Schaefer had done, which mirrored one of the problems in the Democrat TDAC measures, is he drew a District 1, based on race, without it being grounded in Section 2 of the VRA. And so that was one of the reasons that we concluded that map was unconstitutional, and similar problems abound in the Democrat proposal. In the memorandum that was submitted earlier today by the Democratic members of the TDAC, and the accompanying report they submitted from the other expert that I take it will not be testifying shows that they are not taking into account the U.S. Supreme Court case law against racial gerrymandering.
The 2013 map excluded in the 3rd Legislative District Belrose and Belrose Terrace, which is north of the Belmont Racetrack, as part of the 3rd Legislative District. Now, this map includes these areas once again. They were previously under Legislator Muscarella's district. What is the justification for including them once again in the 3rd District?
One of the criticisms that was made by the Democratic members of the TDAC, of the Republican members of the TDAC's map, was that they had placed preservation of the core of district.
Yes, go ahead, please.
They had placed the preservation of the core of districts above other criteria. They had touted that this was the top criteria. We agreed with the Democratic members of the TDAC's criticism that emphasized that criteria too much. The minority leader pointed out as a criticism that we took that criticism seriously. We also rejected the opposite extreme, which is not taken into account at all. So the cores of existing districts were taken into account, but they were not made the predominant consideration as they were under the Republican TDAC proposal.
So you did consider the cores of the 3rd Legislative District and also District 1?
We considered all of the cores. It was one of the many criteria that we did consider. We did not do either extreme. What happened at the TDAC level was that the Democratic members said, we're going to give zero weight to the cores, even though the statute says you have to give weight to the cores. And then the Republicans said, we're going to give predominant weight. What we did is we gave some weight.
You made reference to Mr. Trendy's analysis. Did Mr. Trendy provide a racially polarized analysis?
He conducted one, yes.
Can you provide, is that part of your memo?
No, he conducted one.
But are you relying upon that analysis?
We are relying upon his conclusion that we did not have to draw any other districts to comply with Section 2 of the VRA, yes.
Can you please provide his analysis?
That was the
To
bottom.
this
That was
body.
that was the bottom line.
But if you did not, but if you still considered his analysis, nevertheless. So therefore, can you please, as for your conclusion, can you please provide that to this body?
I provided to this body the bottom line conclusion that he analyzed.
So you're not providing the analysis from Mr. Trendy.
I am providing his bottom line conclusion. That is what I'm providing.
Can you please provide his analysis?
I think he's answered the question. He's providing the bottom line analysis, and that's
He's relying upon the conclusion, but not upon the analysis. But the analysis determines the conclusion. Therefore, we are entitled to the analysis.
Therefore, no, you're not. So he's given you an answer, and that's the answer that you have.
There was no answer, just to be clear.
He was. I mean, he basically said that he's providing a bottom line analysis, and that's all that
He's
that
refusing to
providing.
provide an analysis that he derived, that he is relying the conclusion that came from that analysis.
It is what it is.
Okay. The proposed map does not. In your analysis, on your report on page 4, you describe Section 2 of the VRA. It states in relevant part, relying upon Cooper, traditional criteria such as ensuring district compactness and continuity, reflecting population shifts, maintaining population equality. Is your conclusion today that the John Lewis Voting Rights Act is inconsistent or contradicts the U.S. Constitution?
No, our interpretation of the law that has not been yet interpreted is the law should be interpreted so as not to require a consideration of race that would violate the U.S. Constitution's equal protection requirement. That is an issue that has not been litigated. The courts may decide that the John Lewis law is in line with Section 2 of the ERA, and then there would be no constitutional problem. If the courts conclude that the John Lewis law requires a overemphasis on racial redistricting, then the unfortunate result would be the John Lewis law would be declared unconstitutional. I would hope that the courts would not read the John Lewis law like that, but rather read it under the principle of constitutional avoidance to avoid that result, because I do not think the legislature was intending to violate the Constitution.
There was reference made to Dr. Megan Gall's analysis that there should be 5 majority-minority districts. Unfortunately, we do not see that. Why the difference from 5 to 4? Why are you only relying upon 4 minority districts?
We're not relying on any majority-minority districts, legislator. We did, as I said, we concluded that there was no need to draw any VRA districts. The fact that we do have 4 was the result entirely of taking communities of interest into account. Of course, you can have a majority.
But did you consider Dr. Gall's conclusion?
Yes, we did.
And why not incorporate it in your analysis?
Dr. Gall's conclusion was contrary, and her analysis was contrary to the U.S. Supreme Court's case law under the Equal Protection Clause. And since the U.S. Constitution is the predominant law in this land, to the extent that she was making recommendations, and she does make recommendations, that this body violate the Equal Protection Clause of the Constitution, I would urge this body not to heed those recommendations.
I respectfully disagree, legally speaking. But going back to Mr. Trendy, I mean, can he provide a memo or any information regarding his racially polarized analysis?
No. I mean, you have his answer. You have his answer.
But why is it such a secret? I mean, this process should be transparent.
This is not litigation. This is a hearing.
Unfortunately, this would lead to litigation.
Well, right. If that's what it takes in litigation, then that's what it takes in litigation. But this is a hearing.
But NASA taxpayers can't afford that.
You're presented with this information, and this is what you have.
Is there any reason why Mr. Trendy is not here tonight?
The request was someone that could testify to all the legal requirements that is in the map. Mr. Trendy provided analysis on 2 of the 9 legal requirements. I'm able to talk about his analysis, those 2, and I'm able to talk about the others. So it seemed that made more sense.
We talked about Dr. Gall, but I mean, also we're going to hear from Dr. McGalley. I mean, he considers your map to be an extreme example of gerrymandering. What is your response to that?
My response was, upon taking his criticisms in his report of the Republican TDAC proposal seriously, we will retain, and he said in his report, I'm doing this because the New York Court of Appeals said this is the kind of analysis you need to do. So what do? We retained the expert in Harkenrider to do the exact same analysis. There you have it. Our map is right in the bell curve. The 2 TDAC maps are off. Now, they're not off anywhere as egregiously as the Democrat gerrymander in Albany last year. I don't want to be impugning either map to that extent. But it is very clear that under the actual analysis in Harkenrider, not this entirely different median analysis that Dr. Malgilby is doing, that our map scores extraordinarily well.
Mr. Trendy's conclusion for the racially polarized analysis, what election cycles did that analysis rely upon?
I do not know the answer.
Did it rely upon 2021?
He just told you he doesn't know the answer.
He could answer no to that question. He could answer no to 2019. He could answer no to 2017.
I do not know the answer of which ones he relied on, though he analyzed.
Why is that information a secret? I mean, if you're relying upon his conclusion, shouldn't it be based upon some empirical data?
Mr. Salin, that's not a question. You can go to the next question.
I'll allow Mr. Drucker to answer questions about his district, but the map clearly rips him out of his district. And I share his concern. Now I'm in Legislator Coppell's district. Are you sure no political considerations were made?
We did not take into account the first time I'm hearing about any.
Just like you can't take race in consideration.
Well,
you don't have to answer that question. Go ahead. Next question.
You mentioned villages, and in the 3rd Legislative District we see the Village Valley Stream. Is the population of the Village Valley Stream greater or lesser than 40% of the 3rd Legislative District?
I have not memorized all the populations as I see here today.
But you understood. But you are relying upon an analysis as to whether or not specific villages are being broken up.
We analyzed every village that is broken up is higher than the 40% threshold.
So is it safe to say that the threshold is established in the 3rd Legislative District with respect to the Village Valley Stream?
As I said, I did not memorize the population of every district, but I did have my team confirm that every single district, that every single village that is split is in compliance with that 40% rule.
Thank you. I implore my colleagues to please keep Almont whole and also to include Millbrook once again in the 3rd Legislative District. Thank you.
Thank you. Legislator Drucker.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. I don't want to belabor, kick, the old kick a horse, whatever the expression is.
Beat a dead horse.
Beat a dead horse. I'm getting tired, Presiding Officer. Thank you. How familiar are you with the particular characteristics of the 19 legislative districts? Personally familiar?
Me personally, that is not my core competency. That's why I consulted with the
It's a
presiding
yes or no
officer.
question. Are you personally familiar with the characteristics of the 19 districts?
I'm certainly not an expert on that. I am not an expert on that. I'm not claiming to be.
Yes, so, some of my questions, just like with the minority leader and others on my caucus, you might not be able to answer that. But, everyone agrees that tragically, Nassau County has de facto racially and ethnically and culturally segregated communities. It's tragic, but it's the reality. And the maps have to understand that. And I represent Legislative District 16. It just so happens that this map that you're proposing, the line is drawn on my front walk of my house. And I am now in Legislative Ferretti's district. Legislative Ferretti, I love Legislative Ferretti. John, you listening? I love Legislative Ferretti, but probably the only thing we have in common is we're both diehard Met fans. But put a point, my district now, under this new map, you cut in half Plainview, basically, Plainview, Old Bethpage. Are you familiar with this district at all? So Plainview, Old Bethpage is one contiguous, compact, ethnically, culturally similar, politically similar community. The school district is called the Plainview Old Bethpage School District. The library is the Plainview Old Bethpage Library. The Chamber of Commerce is the Plainview Old Bethpage Chamber of Commerce. The Plainview Old Bethpage Community Pool. The houses of worship. Everything is Plainview Old Bethpage. I live within 1 mile, it's kind of sad, of where I lived my entire life. I haven't gone very far. So I know the community like the back of my hand. And Plainview and Old Bethpage are joined at the hip in all respects. And now I have to be able to understand how this map all of a sudden takes a community that's been together since inception, and the boundary line is where I live. And I live in a condominium complex over the last couple of years. The condominium complex is called Country Point Plainview. My mailing address is Plainview. Most of the people in my community have a Plainview mailing address. There's a really small section in the back that actually has an Old Bethpage mailing address. So this now map is going to cut that in half and remove an entire community. I don't know how that's possible to do that. We've been together forever. And you talk about, one of the components being, one of the criteria that, under the municipal home rule, the maps can't discourage competition for the purpose of favoring or disfavoring an incumbent. Well, I can't think of any other map that disfavors me, because the line is at my front door, coincidentally. And are there any guys on the other side of the aisle, do you know, who've now their line pulls them out of their district? On our side, we have myself, the minority leader, and Legislator Salash. So they're 3 out of 7. That's, I think, 40% of our caucus is now out. I don't know how that's justifiable in any world. Can you talk about that?
As I responded to your federal legislator, I had no idea about any incumbent locations until I guess they got the memo earlier today from the Democrats of the TDAC. To the extent that something like that occurred, it seems almost deja vu to what happened when the special master drew the remedial map in the Harkin Rider case. It was was all over the news. Everyone knows there were primaries of folks, and they were unhappy about it. But that's what happens when you don't do business as usual. What was business as usual before was drawing maps for that took into account these things. Now you're not supposed to be favoring political parties or incumbents.
So there's no political agenda with regard to these maps?
The proof, legislator, the proof's in the pudding. This is the exact. We retain the same expert that analyzed the partisan fairness in the
Right.
in the New York Court of Appeals landmark decision Hockenreiter. We asked him, does this pass the test? It passes it with flying colors.
Right, so, okay. You drew the maps with the presiding officer, with no political agenda involved, but 40% of this caucus is now out, and any other on the other side?
As I said, legislator, you're saying certain things about.
The answer's no.
I mean,
The answer's no.
You can answer your own question, but I have no idea.
Well, shouldn't you have an idea?
No, I should not. It's the
Okay,
same reason that the special master was criticized in the proposed map in Harkenrider. The special master drew some incumbents into the same districts, and he was. May I finish?
I didn't say you couldn't.
And he was criticized at the proposal stage, saying, "How could you do this?" And he wrote in the final report, "I'm not allowed by the New York Constitution to take these things into account," and that was exactly correct. And we were following that precedent.
So you still, and I don't want, again, I want to let these people speak, so I'm not going to beat a dead horse. I remembered it. But old Bethpage, although it sounds like Bethpage, is so completely different in every aspect than Old Bethpage. Old Bethpage and Bethpage, I mean, from the school districts, from politics, from religion. I mean, you know, I don't want to say there was any sort of attempt to do this with religion in mind, but once you cross over Old Bethpage into Bethpage, there's a difference. And Farmingdale, there's a difference. But that's just the way Nassau County is, tragically. Okay? It's sad, but that's what we have. And we need to do better. So this map doesn't do it for me, although I get to be in Legislator Ferretti's district.
Okay, thank you, Arnie. I think the minority leader had some follow-up questions.
Follow up, and then obviously we can move on. I was listening to some of the question and answering by Legislator Lodges to you, Mr. Salin, and I understood when you were going back and forth with me that you had a very comprehensive knowledge of what Mr. Trendy had done. But when Mr. Legislator Lodges asked you in regards to what criteria in terms of determining that this was not a partisan gerrymander, what years did he use? The years that he uses, is that a criteria?
No, he was at, Legislator Slodge was asking me the years that he used for his racial polarizing analysis. What you're asking for is this, and he used the exact same races in the exact same years that he used for the analysis that he did in Harkenrider, which is the statewide elections in the state of New York from 2016 to 2020. The gubernatorial, the Senate, and the presidential elections. Those are the ones he used for that. He may have used the same ones for the racial polarizing analysis. I just don't know. That's why I was answering. But I know for the.
I guess what I'm driving, also going to ask you, and not to cut you off, Mr. Salem.
Sorry.
Start anew. What he used as that criteria to come up with that's the appropriate criteria to use here in Nassau, even though the criteria used for that is a different election cycle.
No. Yes, absolutely. The academic literature is that statewide races are the best way to establish a baseline of partisanship. I will note that in the report of Dr. Magleby, the longer report, not the short one today, he says that he tries to explain why he used countywide races, and his justification was that individual congressional races and individual legislative races are not appropriate, and then which we agree with, and then he says countywide races has been found to be reliable. But he cites nothing for that. There's no citation in his report for that. In fact, so far as I know, in every case that has used simulation analysis, the races that were used for that analysis were statewide races, because those are the best ones to abstract away from individual candidate quality, spending disparities, and other idiosyncrasies that could make a low name ID race or a low money race or a high money race on one side and the other not representative.
Every single case.
I am not aware of any case that has ever used local races to set the baseline for a simulation analysis. Maybe there's somewhere in the country there's obviously more and more simulation analysis being done, but so far as I know, and the leading practitioners of this methodology, including Dr. Amai, who's kind of the godfather of this analogy, uses statewide races.
Got it.
Now, that was not the biggest mistake, in my judgment, that Dr. Magali made. That was doing not doing the gerrymandering index, but rather using the mean median difference. But that is another compounding factor that I think was unfortunate in his analysis and not supported by any academic literature that he cited, at least in his report.
I could see it. Okay. I guess if you can refer your attention to page 3 of your analysis, and this is going to be quick because I'm trying to reconcile the numbers and I'm not coming up with it. You mentioned in your analysis that the mean number, again, this is your analysis, right? Just want to make sure of that. You mentioned in your analysis that the mean number is 73,521 based off of a population, an adjusted population of 1,396,897, correct?
That's what the numbers say, yes.
Are you aware that the adjusted population is 1,396,925?
I'm not, but I can look at the numbers afterwards, and if there's a slight correction, I'm sure that can be made. I don't know those numbers.
So let's just establish for the record, because I was looking at your map, and I noticed, and my eyes are not the best, I'll admit that, getting older with age, but I noticed in your map that in District 14 or District 7, there looks like there's a 0 in between the two maps. The two lines. What is that 0?
I don't know.
I'm sorry?
I don't know.
Okay. So there's a 0 there. You drew this map, correct?
As I said, I think 12 times before it was done.
It was done in consultation.
Yes, and
Got
so
it.
that 0 would have been spit out by the program.
So it was spit out by the program. So that 0, does that have any significance?
Not that I know of.
Well, based on what I'm seeing, it does have some significance. Would you like to hear what it is?
Sure.
You left out a census block of 28 people. That's why your number is off. Your number is off by 28 people. So in essence, your mean population for all districts should not be 73,521. It should be 73,522. But again, you're contending that this map is legal. Again, you're attending that you put together this map. And again, I'm going to attest that this map is sloppy. But thank you. Nothing further.
So let me see. Legislator Ferretti has a question. Let me see the point here. Apparently, an error was made with 28 people being left out, and therefore, the mean population should not be 73,521. It should be 73,522. And the conclusion that my colleagues have drawn is this map is sloppy. All right. You can have that point. You see if anyone else buys that. Legislator Ferretti.
Where else, Presiding Officer, is it sloppy? I just found this in the last 20 minutes. I'm sure if you give me more time, I can find more.
You found a variance of 28 people in a population of over 1.3 million.
Yes.
So, I mean...
In 20 minutes. Yeah, I did.
I started this by saying it's gotcha moments, and you finished it with a gotcha moment. So gotcha. Legislator Ferretti.
Thank you, Mr. Salem. I don't know. I can barely see you.
Oh, so let me take this down.
That's fine. Yeah. Thank you. Thank you. So I just wanted to thank you for your testimony. I was blown away by a lot of it. I think we all got a pretty good education tonight in this redistricting, which I find fascinating. I watched all the the hearings with the two commissions, and I think that especially in your introduction when you explained the whole process, you got so much out there in a pretty short period of time, a pretty complicated issue. So thank you for that. I think you did very informative. There was one question that was asked of you that you began to answer when you were being questioned earlier about communities of interest, and you were kind of cut off from answering. But I want to I don't remember exactly what the question was, but just to refresh your recollection, you began to talk about in a certain situation, Nassau County as a whole would be treated as a community of interest, and then you were kind of cut off from further explaining as to how that would be. So can you explain that?
Yeah, so thank you so much. So I was asked by the minority leader what other communities of interest at all are split. And what I was trying to say was that communities of interest are defined so broadly that if you're talking about a bigger map, let's say a congressional map, the county itself, it has commonality, it has political interest, it's represented by this body, it would fairly be termed as a community of interest. And obviously that community of interest has to be split 19 ways for you all to be here. So the point I was trying to make, and maybe I shouldn't have used the word silly, and I apologize for that. The point I was trying to make is the question was poorly framed. The reason for that is every map, by drawing even two districts in a map, you're automatically going to split communities of interest. And when you have to draw a community, this is a community of interest. This because it's represented, it's got political commonality being represented by this body. It's a community of interest. So to draw these 19 districts, we have to divide that community of interest 19 ways. And every single, as the presiding officer said, gotcha question really founders on that very core premise, which is that whenever you draw any one district line, by definition, you're going to split a series of communities of interest. And what a legal map does is it complies with all legal requirements, and this does its best to divide less communities of interest, to respect cores of existing districts to the extent possible, to respect all of the other considerations. And that's the point I was really trying to make with regard to that comment.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
All right, Mr. Salin, thank you very much for your testimony. We appreciate it. And we're going to move on at this point. I'm going to offer the minority leader as an opportunity to introduce a speaker.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. I would like to bring up Dr. McAbee and Chairman Mejias at this time. They had conducted an analysis of the proposed map that's before us today.
Let me be clear about this. We'll hear from Dr. McAbee. Dave Mejias, my good friend, this is not your time to speak. If you want something to speak, you, like all of us, eventually will have an opportunity for 3 minutes with the rest of the...
I'm sorry, but I don't believe Mr. Zeitlin is an expert, right? He's not a demographer. He's not an expert on RPV analysis. He's an attorney. I'm an attorney. So the minority leader has asked an attorney who, after literally hundreds of hours of sitting through hearings, researching the law, am now an expert on redistricting, racially polarized voting, and partisan gerrymandering. So if you're allowed to bring an expert in to talk about the law, a legal expert, then the minority caucus should be allowed the same respect, especially in light of the fact that the hyperbole that we just heard is belied by the facts and the law. So
Thank you, Mr. Mejias.
So I would like the same opportunity that your expert had to talk about the law.
Mr. Salem was brought here to present the map. We offered the minority an opportunity to have their expert, Mr. McAbee, come and speak as well. You were a member of the commission. You served with distinction.
Thank you.
That service is over. You
Well, it's
are
not,
again,
actually.
You are again a member of the public. We'll invite you up to speak. I have your slip, and you'll have an opportunity to speak as everyone else.
I'm not too sure I understand your rationale, Presiding Officer. He's part of the analysis and the expertise that we're relying on. Why are you disallowing
Mr.
him?
Mejias is
Yes,
a
which I would not-
gentleman who
I
I
wouldn't
gladly
stop.
served with for years. He is not an expert that we have called. Mr. McAbee is an expert on the map. We do not want to hear from Mr. Mejias and his partisan
Okay,
approach.
but just respectfully.
So wait.
Respectfully,
Understand this.
Mr. Zeitlin is not an expert either.
Understand this. I spoke about this with the minority earlier, but that is our position, the majority. This is how we structured the hearing. We would have someone in to present the map. We would have allowed the minority to have an expert. You're not an expert, so please step away from the podium and let Mr. Nagleby proceed.
I just want to be clear as to what you actually define as an expert. You had an attorney who was not an expert on what by the way, you didn't have your expert appear. Okay, you did not have your cartographer,
all right.
your expert on racially polarized voting and gerrymandering. I'm sorry,
Mr. Mejias, would you please step away from the table?
Okay, I can understand.
Mr. Mejias, this is not a dialogue. You are out of order. You stepped up into the well. You are not invited. You're not part of the program.
I was invited. I was invited by the minority caucus
it doesn't
to
matter.
speak.
No.
I can understand.
Understand this. They can't invite. They don't have the opportunity to invite whoever they want. We had an agreement that they would invite their expert. He's here. We want to hear.
Which
from
includes
him.
Mr. Mejias.
Mr. Mejias, you are not the expert. Have you ever testified in a case? Have you ever testified in a case with respect to?
Has Mr. Zeitlin?
No.
No. It's a very good question, presiding lord. That's an excellent question. Has Mr. Zeitlin? Mr. Zeitlin said he was the attorney. He did not, as an attorney, I would imagine, in redistricting cases, he's prevented from testifying.
Mr. Mejias, we are either going to have to remove you or you'll leave voluntarily.
Okay. I want to be very clear. I can completely understand why you would not want a competent, qualified trial attorney who, after sitting through hundreds of hours of listening to experts, is probably actually better informed than your expert because he blatantly misrepresented the law. But I can understand why you would not want a counterpoint and a counter-argument, okay, to your expert. Okay, this is very similar. You know what this seems like? This is similar to the time, when my father was put on trial in Cuba. There was only a prosecution. There wasn't a defense.
Mr. Mejias, you have a very high opinion of yourself. That's fine. But we want to hear.
You're welcome to shoot it down.
We want to hear from the expert. If Mr. Mejias is going to boycott this, then we're not going to hear from either of them, and we're going to go on to the public.
Presiding officer,
your choice.
Presiding officer, I would like to hear where you're citing either in the rules of procedure or in the charter that identifies that you could dictate to us who our witnesses are at this dais. Please, I would like to hear where that's...
We had an agreement, Mr. Minority Leader, that we had an agreement
we had
as
an
to who
agreement
we
that
were going to produce.
we had an agreement that we would bring our experts, which Mr. Mejias is
We did not
one.
have an agreement that you were going to bring a political operative to speak at this hearing. So, Mr. Mejias, would you please leave?
Hold on a second. Are you telling me that Mr. Zeitlin's not a political operative?
Mr.
Have
Mejias,
you
would you
read what he writes?
please leave? Mr. Mejias, would you please leave the table?
For the record, you're the presiding officer, and I do respect you tremendously. I don't want to get into an argument with you when we did so.
I do
with
respect you as well.
And I just do want to state for the record that I do disagree that the minority does not have the opportunity to have an expert of their choosing recite the law when the majority had an expert come and talk about the law and actually make blatant misrepresentations about what the federal law and the Constitution is, because the Supreme Court does not say what he says. So, having said that, I don't want to get into an argument or fight with you. I just want the record to be clear that the minority was denied the opportunity to have their expert provide a counterpoint and a legal analysis to your attorney, because he's not an expert in this, to your lawyer. So usually in America, there's your plaintiff, a defendant, a prosecution, a defense. There's two sides of an issue. And considering the fact that from what I've heard, we are going to be in litigation, and you're guaranteeing that, but you are now on notice that prevailing party applies, and you will be paying millions of dollars to somebody because this map, the map that you presented, is completely illegal.
Thank you. We've just heard from the voice of Jay Jacobs. We appreciate you being here, Mr. Mejias.
Well,
it's unbelievable.
Well, I mean, come on. You just threatened us with a lawsuit. Would you please step away from the podium?
Presiding officer, if I may, before Mr. Mejias, before you leave, if I may, I just asked that Dr. Magleby, are you an attorney by law?
I'm not an
You're not an attorney by law. If there are legal questions that are presented to Mr. Magleby, could Mr. Mejias at least be sitting next to
No,
Dr. Magleby?
no, this is not a legal. Mr. Mejias is
Okay, I got
a
you.
well-respected,
I got it.
extremely talented litigator.
Got it.
Served with distinction for many
Got it.
years, but he's not here as an expert, and we would ask you to step away. And I'm not going to take away your 3 minutes later on when you get up to the microphone. So,
Thank you, Presiding Officer. I appreciate that small gesture. Thank you.
Does anyone appreciate the perception here? We have black and brown communities being cracked and packed, and now a Latino male who's going to testify is not even allowed to speak? I mean, come on. I mean, come on here. Look at the perception. Let the record reflect that. This is disgusting. This is not America.
I am the only Latino ever elected to this place.
So Mr. Magleby, are you, Mr. Magleby, are you finished?
Am I finished?
No, go ahead. I'm sorry.
Thank you, Mr. Presiding Officer, Minority Leader, legislators. It is a pleasure to be here tonight. Genuinely. I'm a professor of political science and economics at SUNY Binghamton. My research expertise is in elections, election geography, and legislative politics. And I have to tell you, having a front row seat to see how this legislature works is exciting. I'm not sure it's like this every time, but if it is, you're missing out on an opportunity for high ratings TV. This has been good. I'm going to briefly summarize what I found in my analysis of the February 9th Republican proposal. And then, if I may, I know that you asked me to limit my remarks to 5 minutes, but if I could beg some indulgence.
I'm sorry, Dr. Magleby, you don't need to adhere to your comments for 5 minutes.
Because there were quite a few points that were leveled by your expert that are worth addressing, some of which were rather personal, and I would like the opportunity to address them point by point, if I may. So, we had a brief overview of the legal definitions and the supremacy of the Constitution from the Republicans' witness. I won't repeat any of that, but let me delve in for just a moment into what a gerrymander is. And to do that, I'm going to quote a great New Yorker, Antonin Scalia, who in the case Veith versus Jubilerer cited Black's Law Dictionary when he defined gerrymandering as the term, this is the quote directly from the decision, the term political gerrymander has been defined as, quote, the practice of dividing geographical areas into electoral districts, often of highly irregular shape, to give one political party an unfair advantage by diluting the opposition's voting strength, close quote. Vote dilution can occur through two processes, what's called cracking, that's the distribution of a particular group of voters, frequently minority voters or members of a minority group across multiple districts, in order to inhibit their ability to affect the outcome of an election. An alternative form of gerrymandering that is related to cracking is called packing, and it occurs when you over-concentrate voters of a particular group in order to limit their influence in this system of electoral districts. The map that was proposed on February 9th does both things. It both cracks and it packs partisan voters. The way that I know this is by doing the analysis that I've done time and time again in peer-reviewed research and as an expert on behalf of plaintiffs challenging maps, unfair electoral maps throughout the country. Unfortunately, your expert wasn't aware of my work, and that's fine. I wasn't particularly aware of his work or his role in the Harkenrider case, but now I know more. The methodology I propose has been accepted by courts throughout the country. So what I did is I used a computer with software that I wrote with a resident of Nassau County at the time. He was a student of mine at SUNY Binghamton. We wrote software that would randomly draw districts in a political jurisdiction a large number of times. And it did it without reference to partisanship, but it did include all of the relevant criteria from the New York Municipal Home Rule Law. What we found was that the map proposed, is the map proposed on February 9th is an extreme partisan gerrymander. Now, you've seen some methodology here that's different, slightly different, from the methodology that I used in my report. I want to address that. Let me come back to that in 1 second. But if I could just point out that this might sound familiar. Multiple legislators have said that they watched the proceedings of the Redistricting Commission, and it is true that Republicans time and time again proposed maps that were extreme partisan gerrymanders. By contrast, the Democratic map, when it's subjected to exactly the same methodology, does not show itself to be a gerrymander. It shows itself to represent voters in the county fairly, whether they're Democrats or whether they're Republicans. All voters were treated equally under that proposal. Now, I know that we had some challenges remembering your attorney's name. I'm sorry, I tried to write it down while I was also writing down.
Salin.
Saley?
Salin, yeah.
Cisaley.
No, Salin.
Salin.
Yeah.
Mr. Salin. Mr. Salin says that Magleby has no plausible claim that I did a Harkin-Ryder analysis. I find this curious because Mr. Salin and his expert also didn't do the same exact analysis that they did in the Harkin-Ryder case. They presented a particularly problematic metric, but they neglected to do additional analysis, what's often called a Mattingly analysis. That is a district-by-district analysis of whether partisanship of those districts are themselves individually outliers. I was confused by this because I have read Mr. Trendy's report, and it turns out that on page 15 and page 21 of his expert report offered in court in Steuben County, he does exactly the same analysis, precisely the same analysis, that I do on page 27, page 36, page 46, and page 55 of the report that I offered the Redistricting Commission. I don't know why he decided to leave out that analysis in his description of the map that he drew. I suspect that if he did exactly the same analysis that his expert did in the Harkin-Ryder case, that he would find exactly what I found, that the map he drew in consultation with the presiding officer is itself a partisan gerrymander. Now let me address his criticism of the median mean. It's been pointed out time and time again, he frequently retreated to the point that he's not an expert. He himself is an attorney. So it's fine that he's not familiar with the expansive scholarly literature on methods for measuring partisan gerrymanders. And let me tell you something. If you go through that literature in detail, go to Google Scholar, like I tell all of my students at Binghamton to do, and look up Gerrymandering Index, Sean Trendy, you will find 0 citations. It is not a method that has been subjected to peer review. It is not a method that has been evaluated by scholars and found to be a rigorous and robust way of evaluating the partisanship of maps. On the other hand, the median mean analysis has won awards from nonpartisan groups suggesting that it is the appropriate way of measuring partisan gerrymandering. If you look me up and find my scholarly record on the median mean, you will find multiple citations. Not only that, you will find that my work has been cited over and over and over again, not just by courts and attorneys and experts, but by other scholars who know what they're doing. Now, I don't know. It's frustrating to me that he suggests that this is the methodology that the court accepted in Harkin-Ryder. So I was sitting there and I was thinking, you know, I read the Harkin-Ryder decision, and I don't remember Trendy's gerrymandering index appearing anywhere in the Harkin-Ryder decision. And it turns out technology and the internet is useful. You can bring up the Harkin-Ryder decision, and you can see that in the Harkin-Ryder decision by the Court of Appeals, not once do they measure any gerrymandering index. They do, however, measure ensemble analyses. They do reference the fact that we should look for outliers in terms of partisan bias. That is exactly what I did. Exactly. And if he wants to be disingenuous and somehow impugn my ability to do this analysis, or even my character, I'm sorry. He needs to do more homework than he did tonight. let me point out some problems. Some problems with the analysis. I think I'm interested in why Republicans, you paid a lot of money for this guy to come here and tell you about this, and why you're not asking more questions about the kind and quality of analysis that you paid a lot of money for. Or maybe you paid for the map and didn't care what the analysis said as long as it pointed in a direction that you liked. But I don't know. It's hard to say. Mr. Nicolello, I don't know.
Are you going to give a presentation, or are you going to speak about our motives? Are you going to speak? You're going to tell us about this map?
I'm sorry. I sat in the back of the room, and I heard your expert impugn my research, my character, and my integrity.
And you have an opportunity.
And I'm pointing out.
And you're very well. You're very well speaking your case. But when you start to talk about our motivation, you've gone over the line. So either speak about the map or don't.
In all due respect, and Rich, I say this as a friend, I let Mr. Salen speak for 20 minutes uninterrupted. For a long period of time until we got to the QA. Dr. Magleby has only spoken for 7 minutes before he gets interrupted. By the way, his character, his work has been insulted, which he has a right to defend. So I don't understand why we have to interrupt him. We take a lot more heat than what Dr. Magleby is saying from the chair. I mean, we can't get offended based off of what he just said. We take a lot. Where is Meredith? She says a lot more worse things to us.
Mr. Nicolello,
wait. I'm going to respond to the minority leader.
Got some tough skin?
I'm going to respond to the minority leader. Look, he could speak and go into this whole program and try to restore his credibility, etc. That's fine by me. But when he starts to talk about our motivations, you crossed over a line, and we're not going to let you cross over that line, sir.
Okay. I would just ask that Dr. Magleby be able to continue his presentation without being interrupted. I did not interrupt Mr. Salen, even though he said some things that were incredible.
Excuse me, is there any particular reason why you're so intent on...
You're out of order. Well, wait. Is it back on? Well, you can proceed, but if you start talking about our motivation, I'm going to step in again. And by the way, the minority leader interrupted almost every answer that Mr. Salen spoke.
No. I'm talking about his opening presentation. Come on, guys, you know the truth.
Well, he never spoke about you. Did he say a word about the minority members of this legislature? Did he?
Guys,
did he?
Are we that thin-skinned? Are we serious?
No.
We're that thin-skinned now?
If I may, Mr. Nicolello.
Go ahead.
Your point is well taken. Your point is well taken. If I want to circle back to your concern about motivation, if I may, because this is actually a methodology that allows us to figure out what kinds of motives went into maps. So if I may, I'm going to double back to that, but you're absolutely right. I do have questions about why we're not actually seeing the Harkenrider analysis from the lawyer who made the argument before the Court of Appeals and has willingly, intentionally left out major elements of the same analysis that carried the day in Harkenrider. That analysis is in my report, and it shows exactly what he argued before the Court of Appeals, that the congressional map in New York was a gerrymander. Using that same methodology, the map that has been proposed here that he helped draw in consultation with you is a partisan gerrymander. Not just a partisan gerrymander, an extreme partisan gerrymander. The probability of arriving at the map that you proposed, if the map was drawn neutrally, without the intent of advantaging a particular party, is less than 1 in 10,000. So I can't say why you decided to leave out particular critical elements of the analysis of the map, but I can say confidently that you would not arrive at this particular map unless you were very consciously trying to dilute the votes of Democratic voters and enhance the influence of Republican voters. The result of which is going to be a perpetuation of a Republican majority that in a county that is highly competitive in off-year elections would turn into a solidly entrenched Republican majority. Now, I want to say one more thing about the methodology because it's not clear from their report. And I have to tell you, my day job is as a professor. And so I spend a lot of time reading papers. And this one gets, I don't know, a B-. It is missing, he talks about citations. He says, I never include a citation. That's not true. If you read my report, I cite my own work. You can follow the citation trains to all of the other work that cites my work. Here, he references Trendy's gerrymandering index. He doesn't talk about which elections were used. Under questioning, he says he uses statewide elections. Okay, well, this is something that I know something about, because unlike Mr. Trendy, and unlike Mr. I wrote his name down, unlike your expert, with whom I am not familiar because he doesn't do this kind of work outside of his legal practice in this particular case, we use the elections that represent the level of competition in the elections that will be used to elect representatives to the assembly that we're considering. Let me say that again, maybe in different terms. When we're considering congressional elections, we use elections that happen in even year elections. That's why we use gubernatorial races and Senate races and other statewide races. In this instance, the appropriate elections to use are the elections that where you all were elected in years like 2017, 2019, and 2021. Those were excluded from his analysis. The turnout and competition in statewide elections in New York is very different. It is very different than the kind of competition that leads to the election of a county executive, a county district attorney, a county clerk, a county comptroller, or any single one of you, because you don't get elected when those folks are on the ballot. So to use those elections is a miscarriage of the methodology. It's a misapplication that is a rookie mistake made by a set of analysts who aren't familiar with this methodology, who haven't subjected their work to peer review, and have not had to face their peers and had their methodology evaluated in the same way that someone like me or other experts who have published in this field have. So he's absolutely wrong. He's absolutely wrong to come here and use an analysis that hasn't been subjected to peer review, using the wrong data, and pointing out that it tells you something that I have no idea what this figure actually means. And I read papers about this every single day. I see all sorts of malarkey, and I can make sense of it. I don't know what this means. I think I have more. I am very interested in hearing what your questions are and having the opportunity to respond to any criticism of the report that I produced late last year or the analysis that I shared earlier this week of the map that was circulated late last week. I'm at your disposal.
Questions? No. Yeah, any legislator has any questions? Go ahead. Go ahead, Minority Leader.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. How are you, Dr. McAlee?
I'm well, thank you.
Good. I just have more of a general question, and
Sure.
I know your expertise is in the analysis of gerrymandering districts, but I brought up the point, and I got criticized for being more of a gotcha moment. How else would one be able to describe what we saw tonight with this map? This map. The attorney for this map identified that he couldn't explain what a zero was on the map. He couldn't explain why the adjusted population wasn't right. I used the word sloppy. I got criticized for that. In your experience, based on what you've seen, have you seen at this level someone that would present a map that is off by a certain amount of population of people?
I haven't. That's usually sort of the first thing we check. In any simulation that we do, in any analysis of an actual map, it would certainly be something we do. I drew hundreds of thousands of maps to develop the ensemble that is represented in the work that in the report that I provided to the commission. Over and over again, I've drawn millions of maps in my career in doing this kind of analysis for academic research and in helping redistricting commissions and courts decide what to do in redistricting scenarios. It's very unusual to proceed with a map without double and triple checking that everything adds up. It's actually one of the simplest things to do, is just to add up the population of each district, and if it's not right, you know something went wrong.
Okay. And I don't know if you remember, and if you don't recall, that's okay. When it pertained to the Republican TDAC map and the Republican and the Democrat TDAC map, I'm assuming their adjusted populations added up. If you don't remember, that's fine.
I don't remember off the top of my head. I know that all of the simulations I used to evaluate those maps added up, and I have it's so routine that it wouldn't stand out in my memory if it was correct. If it wasn't correct, I probably would have sent an email to someone or made a call saying, why is this off? But I have no recollection of seeing a red flag like that.
Okay. Well, now let's get into the meat of it, because I think Mr. Salin made the point about his graph that he put together with the help of Mr. Trendy. And if I understand what he's saying correctly, and based on what your analysis also is, Dr. Magleby, is that the Democratic map and the Republican map, he draws. I wish the public, you know what? If we don't mind, if someone could just put that up so the public can see it again.
Turn it around. This one?
Yeah, but I guess hoist it up so they could be able to see it.
This way?
Is Mr. Salin still here? Did he leave? He's back here. Okay. Oh, he's on that side. Oh, okay. What Mr. Salin described was that the line that you're looking at, that's all the way to the left, or somewhat in the middle, that line represents the Republican map. However, Dr. Magleby, you had said that the criteria that they used, or the criteria that Mr. Salin had used, that he had testified earlier today, or earlier this evening, was that he used gubernatorial years or presidential years. And I noticed in your analysis you did not use that. Can you elaborate? Because you would get a much different result if you're using gubernatorial versus elections that actually this body gets elected in.
Mm-hmm. So if I were to see this graph come across my desk as a professor, and I see graphs like this in papers, editors send them to me to offer peer review, I would raise a few red flags about it. So number one, he's using the wrong elections to diagnose gerrymandering in a county setting. So using statewide elections here introduces a whole bunch of confounding variables that call into question any inference that we might want to make based on these data. So for example, when a president is running for election, the electorate in Nassau County is different than the electorate is when people show up to elect folks like you. And so we have these differences in turnout, and that would lead to potentially different patterns. The second problem here, and this is something that I maybe not as egregious, but the idea that we're collapsing all elections into one single graph also masks some of the dynamics we might observe in instances where Republicans did a little bit better than they otherwise do in statewide elections in New York. So what we're seeing here are instances where Republicans ran weak statewide candidates for governor, for attorney general, for comptroller, or other offices, and we're not actually seeing the strongest Republican candidates. In New York, what we often find is at the county level, we get strong candidates who are connected to their districts. People want to vote for them. Some of you may have aspirations to run for governor someday. We have a strong tradition of Republican governors from Nassau County. That could be in your future, and in that case, it would make sense to see how a Republican candidate running for governor would fend when facing down a Democratic opponent. We don't know that from this analysis. So the technical term for this is a confounding variable, and he hasn't allowed us to control for or see how that confounding variable might unfold. And there's two confounding variables that this index and this score is collapsing, and we can't tell what's going on from this chart. So if I was evaluating this chart, you generally have a chance to revise and resubmit if work isn't up to snuff, but you think they might be onto something. In this case, if they had to revise and resubmit it, I would ask them, break out every single election. Let's see how this map behaves across multiple elections, across those county-wide races in addition to whatever else. Although it would not be appropriate. I mean, if it was a statewide race, you could use the gubernatorial race. But to use county-wide elections and see how the Republican map proposed on February 9th performs.
Is that possible, Presiding Officer, that we can ask Mr. Salem to provide that analysis for us, for Mr. Trendy?
No, Mr. Salem has made his presentation. He's given his report.
No,
We're not doing anything further.
So, no. What I mean, Dr. Magleby brings up a very good point. It should pass muster through multiple different types of tests. Is it possible, you can ask Mr. Salem to provide that level of tests, as per what Dr. Magleby is saying, for the future? We're not voting on this tonight, are we?
What you have is a difference of Mr. Trendy, who's working with Mr. Salem and Dr. Magleby about the methodology that's appropriate to be used. So we are not going to adopt his methodology. They're obviously conflicting. So we're not going to say, well, oh, yes, we're going to do it your way, because I think from what I heard in the testimony, that was what I heard in the testimony before. What I heard in the testimony before is that Dr. Magleby's approach is improper and should not be used. So why would we adopt what he wants us to use?
I'm not asking for Dr. Magleby's approach to be adopted. What I'm asking for is Dr. Magleby's approach to be side by side with that one, so we can see the difference. Why not?
You can have Dr. Magleby provide whatever graphs or approaches that he wants.
He's already testifying what he's already providing tonight. But I would like to see Mr. Salem, since he's already provided this approach, to provide an approach based off of what Dr. Magleby is saying.
You didn't hear a word I said.
No, I did, actually. I'm not too sure what's going on.
Mr. Salem said his approach is the incorrect approach. And now you're saying, well, why don't you go back and do the incorrect approach so we can look at it? So that is not.
Now I understand. So right. Basically, the majority has adopted Mr. Salem's approach. I just want to make sure I'm clear for that for the record.
No, let me.
You haven't adopted that approach?
Let me be clear about this.
Have you adopted the approach or not?
What are you going to interrogate? Are you going to interrogate me?
No, I'm asking you a question.
Are you going to interrogate me?
Have you adopted that approach or not?
I'm going to answer your question again. You're asking Mr. Salem and Mr. Trendy to do an analysis following Dr. Magleby's approach, which they already has said is an inappropriate way to do this. So, no, we're not going to follow his methodology because we've been told it is the inappropriate way to do the analysis.
Mr. Nicolello, if I may, the challenge with that approach is that Mr. Salem didn't do the analysis he said he did. He came here and he said he did the analysis they did in Harkenreiter with the same expert. But he didn't. He did one part of it. You do half of an assignment in my class, you get an F. That's 50% at most. So I will respect the fact that I hurt your feelings when I said that it impugns his intentions or your intentions by censoring the analysis in order to avoid doing exactly what he claimed he did. I would like to see if he said Sean Trendy on his computer has code that could do this, just like that. You wouldn't have to pay him more than $10 to push go on this. He may have already done it. And in fact, if he already did do it, it's going to come out. Because it sounds like someone's going to sue you over this map, and it's going to come out that you knew that this was a partisan gerrymander before you came forward, and that you showed less than all of the analysis that even your expert who came here tonight says, I didn't do it. Well, the fact of the matter is, I read the Court of Appeals opinion. I did what the Court of Appeals said. I found that it was a statistical outlier using a generally accepted metric, using generally accepted methodologies and the appropriate data, and then I replicated almost exactly 2 figures that appear in Mr. Trendy's analysis on which the Court of Appeals based their decision, and they're leaving that out. They haven't shown you everything that they can and should do. Like I said, I mean, I don't know. Long Islanders have a reputation for wanting a good deal. I'm not sure you got a good deal here.
So, Dr. Magleby, I come from practice of law, some of us up here do, personal injury work. In a case when someone's injured, they have a plaintiff's attorney that brings a lawsuit claiming injuries. The plaintiff's attorney will get a doctor, and the defendant's attorney will get a doctor. The plaintiff's attorney will say, this plaintiff is permanently disabled, these are severe, life-altering injuries. The defendant's doctor will say, he has a sprain or a strain, and there's really not much here. So this is the way I'm looking at your testimony. If we had given you the map that was prepared today and told you that minority had prepared it, you would be up here saying, that map is the best thing since sliced bread. So when you testify, everything you say is coming through that prism.
This is, I understand that, I understand that point of view. And the thing to realize here is my interest in this is that the process works, and that the process works for the people of Nassau County. Now, the fact of the matter is that when I came, I brought receipts. I did the analysis. I showed it to you. It's in the report. There's additional analysis I didn't have time to write up because of the short turnaround time, because it took so long to draw this map that I only had a couple of days to get you something back. But all the receipts are all there. So what happens, and forgive me, my experience with a personal injury suit is not as extensive as yours is. But what I understand is that there's a process of discovery where the notes and the hospital records and all sorts of things become public. They're made public. And what is happening here is there's a suppression of information, a selective suppression of information. And that tells a lot more about the motives of Mr. Salin and the motives of the Republican majority than it does about mine, because you can replicate what I did.
Well, your use of terms like buzzwords shows us all we need to know about you.
I'm sorry, what buzzwords was I using, Mr.
Suppression, sir. What do you mean to imply with the word suppression?
I mean to say that there is an easily conducted analysis, easily done by the people that you are claiming to be experts, that they did when they successfully challenged a map. But it isn't here. Why isn't it here? I did that analysis. I know what that analysis looks like. It shows that this is a gerrymander. So if they do the same analysis using appropriate elections, are they going to find that the green line is right where they say it is? I don't know. I would like to see. And so by suppression, I mean that there is information that is available to the Republican majority and to your experts that they haven't made public. And in addition, your expert claimed over and over and over again that I didn't do the analysis that was in Harkenreiter, and so you went out and got the expert that did the analysis in Harkenreiter and then asked him to do half of the analysis that he did in Harkenreiter. I did all of it. It's a gerrymander.
Legislator Ferretti, you got a question?
I wasn't actually done yet. But, I wasn't actually done yet. So I had one last question.
All right, minority leader.
While you're asking, I'm going to move this so that I can see.
Thank you.
Can I put it down?
Thank you, Dr. Magley. So, Dr. This is my last final question. With the map that's before us, which doesn't assign voters to any particular district, which dilutes minority votes, which, as you had put it, gerrymanders based on party, survive a legal challenge?
It would not survive a legal challenge. The February 9th Republican proposal would not survive a legal challenge using the same logic applied in the Harkenreiter case.
Okay. Thank you.
Legislator Ferretti.
Thank you, Dr. McAbee. I appreciate your testimony, and like I said to Mr. Salin, I do find this fascinating. It's a fascinating process. I did hear in your testimony, and I think the minority leader just repeated it. Is it true that it's your conclusion that this is a gerrymander based on party?
It's a partisan gerrymander, yes.
And I think at one point you said that it couldn't possibly have been put together without an attempt for one party to succeed over the other. Is that what you said?
It couldn't have been put together in a way that was neutral with respect to party. If I was, that's the precise thing I should have said, and that's what my analysis shows.
I just have one question. Maybe just one question. Are you aware, out of the 19 districts in the February 9th proposed map, how many of those districts have more registered Democrats in it than Republicans?
I don't know what the registration numbers are across the district.
Okay. Would it surprise you if I told you that 15 of the 19 have more registered Democrats than Republicans?
I mean, I have not looked at the registration data. That's not a typical way that we analyze these maps.
If in fact 15 of the 19 districts had more registered Democrats and Republicans, would that change your opinion that this map was made based on gerrymandering for partisan, or would it maybe switch which side you think it was gerrymandered for?
So the appropriate way of evaluating maps is to look at the way people vote. Registration data has generally not been brought to bear in these questions, both in the academic literature and in court.
Okay, but I understand, and you may that I understand that that's your opinion, but just in terms of registration, you're not aware of.
I'm not aware. I've not looked at the registration numbers.
Okay, thank you.
Sure.
Thank you.
Solange,
Thank you.
then sorry.
There's been reference to the word outliers. Can you define that in this context, please?
An outlier
rebels and
is an event or an observation that would be extremely unlikely to happen by random chance.
So and according to your data, the districts 2, 3, and 6 are outliers. Is that correct?
The most Democratic districts in the county under the February 9th Republican proposal are outliers with respect to party. They're more Democratic than we would expect under a neutral redistricting process.
And you did mention before that this may cause a lawsuit, initiated by some party that will be entitled to a prevailing award. But in addition to a lawsuit, what else do these processes result in? I mean, do they result in voter confusion? Do they result in low voter turnout? I mean, how does this affect our democracy, which we all love and care about?
I appreciate that question. So my job, as I said, I'm a professor. I'm not a political operative. I spend my day thinking about understanding and explaining democracy and politics to young people. My hope is that by doing that, I inspire them to engage in processes exactly like this. I was very happy to run into one of my former students tonight in this room. I feel like Binghamton is an outpost of Nassau County in upstate New York. My hope is that I can help people who come to my class understand how these things work and go back to their communities, because too few of them stay in Binghamton. I wish we kept more of them up there. You guys have some good people down here. I hope that they can go back and work to make their communities better. The problem with gerrymanders, and I'm going to try my best not to get animated about this, but the problem with gerrymanders is that they distort the electoral process. I'm going to try not to use buzzwords because I don't want to try and be technical about this. They distort electoral processes, and the gerrymander that the Republicans proposed throughout the commission process and then again on February 9th is that it is a gerrymander that systematically underweights the votes of some members of this community while also overweighting the votes of others. It's a zero-sum thing. In this community, Democrats and Republicans, when people go to vote in countywide elections, it's very close to evenly split between Democrats and Republicans. It should be the case that the seat that you're sitting in, Mr. Nicolello, changes hands over and over and over again. That we can see accountability in a body like this. So when I see a gerrymander, I do get animated. I'm trying to avoid buzzwords, Mr. Nicolello, but the problem with gerrymanders is it distorts democratic processes. It removes accountability, and it robs people, too often the most vulnerable people, of their voice in the democratic process. And so if I get animated about this tonight, and I was told by my wife when I came down here to stay calm, I'm trying my best to do that. You've called me back a couple times, Mr. Presiding Officer. It's because I think all of us are invested in a democracy that works for people. But what happens when you have a partisan gerrymander, like the one that was passed, and unfortunately, the one that was used to elect all of you, and the one that you're proposing to pass again, it's going to rob people of their influence. It's going to make it harder for me to tell my students, when I look them in the eye, and they come back to Nassau County, that you can go there and make a difference. Because the map was constructed to keep people from making a difference. And that that is what bothers me about this process. And I was told don't get bothered. But it bothers me. I'll be honest.
With the lawsuits, with the stays, it will result in voter confusion?
Absolutely. People are not going to know where they're going to go to vote. They're not going to know who their legislator is. They're not going. There's going to be.
Will they know the election date?
Well, we certainly hope so. It all depends on how this moves forward in the courts. But I'm not a litigator. I'm not a personal injury attorney. I don't know how all of this will. I'm not a legal strategist. All I can tell you is what the numbers tell me. The numbers tell me that the map proposed on February 9th is going to underweight the votes of Democratic voters, of people of color, of people who are vulnerable in this county, while elevating the votes of others. That's a problem. That's a problem. And we should all see that as a problem.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, Legislator Drucker, then Legislator Coppell.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. Doctor, the witness, Mr. Salin, stated that he was not aware of any of the particular characteristics of the 19 legislative districts. And would you agree that Long Island, or Nassau County in particular, these 19 legislative districts, they have granular differences. They have a lot of differences racially, ethnically, religious-wise, politically. Would you agree with that analysis, or that opinion, that Nassau County, the 19 districts are very diverse, very different, and not being able to know any of the characteristics of those districts negatively impact on your ability to draw a map?
So you're asking a tough question, and let me preface this answer by saying that at no point was I asked to consider communities of interest beyond the political communities that are required to be maintained as whole under the municipal home rule law. To say that Nassau County is diverse is an understatement. This is an incredibly diverse and dynamic community, and it's full of different diverse communities. I think it was you, Legislator Drucker, who suggested that we have too much segregation in our community here. I think it goes without saying that segregation of any kind is problematic. The challenge with communities of interest in this kind of analysis is exactly what we saw unfold in a back and forth between you and your colleagues. And that is what you see as a vital and important community of interest is not to your colleagues across the way here. And what the map makers suggest are important, those are valuable decisions, and they have huge impact on the kinds of districts we see.
But do you have an opinion on the fact that Mr. Salin stated that he doesn't know about the differences in the communities, and yet that he drew a map? Do you have an opinion on that?
I think that in this regard, Mr. Drucker, I'm going to suggest that Mr. Salin was confronted with a very difficult challenge when he drew this map. He didn't know which communities were the important ones, so he was left to figure it out, I guess, on his own.
You don't recommend that that's a good thing to do when you're tasked with drawing
I think
maps?
that the process that the commission followed of going to the communities themselves. So the commission went around all of Nassau County and met with people, and they spoke to them about their communities and helped them understand. The municipal home rule law tells us how to think about political communities, which are important communities of interest. There are other communities of interest. The Voting Rights Act requires that we think about particular communities, racial communities that have coherent voting patterns, like the black community and Latino community on Long Island. So a map that disregards those communities would be enormously problematic, both from a moral, ethical, but also legal point of view. So yes, he should be familiar with those, but then it becomes, whose community is more important? Bethpage, old Bethpage versus Bethpage. I'm going to reveal something, and maybe it's embarrassing to be up here. I don't know the difference. I know Bethpage is where the U.S. Open gets played every once in a while, and it's been a while since it's been there, but that's all. That's the limit of my understanding. But I drew 10,000 maps that followed the municipal home rule law, that maintained minority communities that were politically coherent together, and then compared a map that considered those communities to the map that was drawn by the Democrats, by the Republicans, and I could do that with any other map that someone else proposed.
I would have a problem with any expert on either side of the aisle who tried to present a map to us as a legislative body and had no familiarity with the characteristics of each of the communities. I just find that problematic, no matter who's presenting the map.
I appreciate that. And I can see where you're coming from. There's a joke that we tell among analysts here that communities of interest are like the meaning of Christmas. It's kind of whatever you want it to be. And so what is an important community to you may not be so important to someone else. And what's challenging about the municipal home rule law and other criteria that we've been given is that we don't know how to distinguish between which are the most important communities and which aren't. We don't have an objective single methodology to apply in that instance, except we do have the Voting Rights Act, and we do have the Municipal Home Rule Law. We have the John R. Lewis Voting Rights Act for New York, which tells us how to think through some of those communities. But it would be I agree, Mr. Drucker, it would be very helpful for folks to be forthright about this. There are commissions and legislatures and other redistricting bodies that have tried really hard to figure out which and what communities exist. But a comprehensive and encyclopedic knowledge of every community in Long Island is something that is reserved for people who were born and raised on the island. And I don't know where Mr. Salen is from. I'm not from here, so I would fall into that category.
But we're not asking for an encyclopedic knowledge. How about a basic knowledge? But what's some basic? And he stated he had none. So anyway, I'm not going to belabor that point. I just have one final question. It's getting late. And a follow-up to my friend Legislator Ferretti's question. Has party registration ever been used or applied in any of the case law?
So it is getting late. Off the top of my head, I am not aware of any cases recently dealing with gerrymandering that have used registration data. What we're interested in understanding the actual patterns of competition within these districts. And the county-wide elections give us the best view of how competition in county elections occur. That's why we used the county-wide elections in the analysis that I did in my report and that I did for the memo that I circulated earlier this week.
Thank you very much.
Of course,
Thank you very much,
Drucker.
Doctor.
Dr. Magleby.
Yes, sir.
Good evening. This has been absolutely fascinating, the back and forth. And the more educated I get, the more confused I become. Between the two expert opinions. So why don't you help us understand a little bit, please? It seems like the most critical point of differentiation, and correct me if I'm wrong, between you and Mr. Salem would be the statistical method that each of you have used in order to determine what is the proper map and what is gerrymandering. Would that be correct?
This may seem like I am grasping at straws, but this is actually a very important distinction. It's not about methodology. This is about a measure. So the methodology is actually the same. So in the Harkenrider decision, the Court of Appeals suggested that we could use computers to draw large ensembles of maps that would represent a neutral, counterfactual, alternative, hypothetical maps that follow particular criteria. So in that, we agree. Although I would nitpick with Mr. Salen's representation of their report and methodology, because at no point does he indicate which algorithm he used. At no point does he indicate any general characteristics or summary statistics with regard to the ensembles that were generated. So there are some questions that remain unanswered that are actually very, very important in understanding if that methodology, that ensemble methodology, was applied appropriately. I believe, and if memory serves, he talked about Kosuke Amai's work on algorithmic sampling of geographic districts in passing in his comments. It's possible that they use that methodology. That's an off-the-shelf piece of software that you can download and run on your computer. Anybody could draw.
The thing is that none of us here have any idea what you're talking about.
Okay, so let me back up.
Let's be honest about it.
So the statistical method is the same. Where we are different and where the analysis is different is in terms of measurement. How do we measure how partisan districts are? So the way we generate that neutral counterfactual is indistinguishable. And I personally have done a lot of work in my research life on the different methodologies for using computers to draw districts.
So we've got a disagreement on methodology,
No.
interpretation.
No, we have a difference in measurement.
In measurement.
He says the appropriate way to measure partisanship in county elections is using statewide races. I say that the appropriate way to measure county elections and partisanship in county elections is using county elections.
I understand.
That's the first difference.
So when you say patterns of competition, you say patterns, can you define what you mean? Can you explain what you mean by that?
Patterns of competition.
That's a phrase that you used just a few moments ago.
Certainly. So patterns of competition would be how many Democratic voters and how many Republican voters exist within the boundaries of a district drawn by a legislature, and how many Democratic and how many Republican voters reside within the boundaries of districts in these hypothetical maps drawn by computers.
So that's an excellent point, because Legislator Ferretti just a little while ago said to you that, and it's fair enough that you don't have that information at your fingertips, and I'm not asking you that you should. But what he said is that, let's assume that it's correct, that 15 out of the 19 have a heavier concentration of registered Democrats than of registered Republicans. Let's assume for the moment that that's factual, right? Let's assume that's factual.
I'll follow you on this hypothetical. I don't know for sure, but let's suggest that's okay.
We'll call it a hypothetical because you don't have it at your fingertips, and it's not fair to ask you to know that. So I'm having great difficulty in understanding, if that's the case, how it's possible that you're coming to the conclusion that this is a gerrymander. I don't get it.
So registration patterns are not the same as voting patterns.
But voting patterns, I mean, I've got many friends who are Democrats who might vote for Republicans in a given election, and vice versa. So voting patterns will change. Voting patterns will change based upon candidates.
Ooh, okay. So there is a long-standing and well-understood empirical pattern in voting, in American voting, that people vote consistently with one party or the other. So this has been something we've understood. It's one of the things that's best understood about American politics. We've known this since the 1940s and the advent of public opinion surveys, that partisanship, as manifest in the way that you vote, is remarkably consistent from election to election. So with all due respect, isn't
it true, though? Forgive me. I know I've interrupted you, and I don't mean to be rude. But patterns change. That way change as well. And we've seen that again in American history, time and time again. I mean, look, just go back to all the working class white people, let's say, who were traditionally Democrat, very often vote Republicans. Look at all the college-educated
what an excellent point.
Women who were traditionally Republican, now are voting Democrat. Things change.
Absolutely. And that's why Mr. Salin and his experts' analysis is not appropriate. They collapse all of that into one single metric, whereas if you look at my analysis, I break it out election by election. So I can capture some of the dynamics, if this is true. And there is some changes at the margins. What you're suggesting, Mr. Kopel, is exactly why his analysis is not the right kind of analysis. Now, I wasn't there in the courtroom. I don't know and I wasn't there in depositions, but if I was, that would have been a question I would have asked of his expert in Harkenreiter. The Court of Appeals made a decision based on this very same collapsed metric. But the appropriate way to do it is to try and capture the dynamics that you're talking about using the appropriate elections. So we break out election by election. So if you look at the memo I circulated, you'll see I've got the election for county executive, I've got the election for county comptroller, county clerk, DA, and repeated all over again over time, so that we can say, are these dynamics shifting significantly within the county? Now, even within the same election, now you guys,
and they do. By the way, they shift within the county. You had periods, long periods of Republican control. You had a good long period of Democratic control in the early 2000s. Then you've got Republican again.
That's right. And so we want to be able, we want to use as
much
much data.
And just let me finish that one
Absolutely.
thought. I'm
no,
sorry.
I'm sorry. You've got me excited about this. This is a great question.
Yeah, but that I would point out that the last change over happened using the same map that was used the previous Democrat administration.
So it is. I do want to offer an important caveat to this. That you're right. Over long periods of time, we see secular trends where there is an ebb and flow towards Democrats and towards Republicans. The dynamic that you reference, where you have friends, people you work with, people who live on your street, who are like, I can support so-and-so for county executive, but I cannot vote for so-and-so for DA. So I'm going to vote different ways on those two candidates. Does that happen? Absolutely. Does the methodology I offered capture that? Yes. The methodology offered by by Mr. Salin does not do that. And that's a big problem. I agree. We talked about this earlier, we suggested that we weren't going to go back and look at it again using their methodology because it was already signed, sealed, and delivered. That's okay. But what you're suggesting is exactly the problem with the approach that was taken by the Republican expert.
So let's boil it down over here. Taking the most recent Republican generated map, let's say
the February 9th
map. Yes, sir. Let's take the February 9th map. So your conclusion is that, notwithstanding the fact that, and again, this is, I will grant you the hypothetical, notwithstanding, let's say, assuming that it's true, that these great majority of the districts have a larger Democratic registration, notwithstanding that, this is a gerrymandered map because based upon certain voting patterns which change all the time. Nonetheless, because of that voting pattern, I guess, in the last few elections, that's going to mean that one party wins and not the other. And that seems, forgive me, but it seems kind of flimsy.
Oh, okay, flimsy. Let's see. So, what I'm suggesting, Mr. Copel, is that a fairly drawn map, and with all due respect, the Democratic proposal from November, I think it was November 20th, is one that matches the political dynamics of the county extremely well. It's actually, if at some point I will give a lecture where I will recycle figures from the work that I've done here to show students how this actually works. And the textbook example of a pro-Republican gerrymander are the November 10th, November 20th, and February 9th maps offered by the Republicans. The Democratic map is one that would swing back and forth. As I said earlier, the Democrats proposed a map that would allow
assuming that these voting patterns, of course, don't change. That's just making that
assumption,
which is a great big assumption, which is often wrong.
So voting patterns, you're absolutely right. Voting patterns will ebb and flow over time. But the problem with a packing gerrymander, the gerrymander we observe in Nassau County in the 2013 map and in the proposals advanced by the Republican majority, is that they inoculate the majority against precisely those ebbs and flows you were talking about, those slight changes. This is a county that's a toss-up. But what you are suggesting is we want to take politics out of the campaigns and the elections for county legislature and basically create a buffer that makes it so that Republicans can consistently win. And they do that by relocating or redistributing Democratic voters and concentrating them in a minority of districts. Particularly,
in our hypothetical, that's not the case.
In our hypothetical,
that's not the case.
Then we must be talking about a different hypothetical.
No. We're talking about a hypothetical where Democratic voters have the edge in 15 out of 19.
But the problem is that
On the February 9th map.
So if it was the case that voting patterns revealed that there's an advantage for Democrats in 15 out of 19 districts, it would depend a lot on what the distribution of Democrats are across those districts. It's not enough to know that there's a majority of
So what
Democrats.
you're saying
If
is-
all of those districts, if 15 districts have a majority of 50.001% Democrats, in your hypothetical, a slight change in the electoral dynamics would swing the entire county to Republicans. So we need to be precise about this.
Right.
But we also, what
but-
you're suggesting is voting patterns, and that's not this county.
No, sorry, sir, those were your words. I had no idea what you meant by that. I asked you to explain it.
So the registration is not a helpful statistic in understanding what actually happens in these districts.
So if what you're saying is that the fact that one political party might have won the last several elections is inherently unfair to the other party?
No, that's
Because
not what I'm
it's not-
saying. I'm saying that if the map is drawn in such a way,
based upon the voting patterns of the voters there.
if the map is, what I'm saying is unfair is if a map is drawn in a way that underweights Democratic votes, as the February 9th map does, or as the 2013 map does, which we're now conceding to be a problematic map. If we agree that those underweight Democratic votes, they're going to have to work, Democrats are going to have to work extra hard to turn people out to win elections. So the reason why the median mean, he doesn't know a lot about the median mean. He can do some more homework after tonight, perhaps, and learn more about how the median mean works. But the reason why it's useful.
By the way, the reason I don't know all these statistics, that's why I went to law school. Forget about it. If I could handle these things.
So the median mean difference tells us basically what proportion of the countywide vote would Democrats have to receive in order to carry a majority of the districts.
And overcome the
disposition of districts that serve to over-concentrate voters, not just registered voters, but voters.
Right.
And so what we see is that in Nassau County, Democrats have to win 53 to 54% of the vote just to break even in these county-wide races. That hasn't happened.
Okay. So you're saying that that was done deliberately to favor one party?
I'm
over
saying
the others.
that it was not due to random chance.
Okay.
That it can't have been that a neutral process would have yielded that outcome.
Okay. Thank you very much. As I say, it's been fascinating. I appreciate it.
It's my pleasure.
Doctor, what you said you used county races, correct?
County-wide races, yes.
And which years?
2017, 2019, and 2021.
Did you use just county-wide or also legislative races?
Just county-wide. The reason why we do that is because we're reassigning voters between districts, and we want to make sure we're comparing apples to apples when we do that. Believe it or not, voters see all of you differently.
Yeah.
And so a Republican in one district is not thought of the same way as a Republican in a different district. So we want to make sure we're holding that constant.
How do you factor into your equation, when you're doing on a local level, the effect of larger issues, such as in the last election, countywide, bail reform? How do you factor that into your model?
So in 2021, bail reform was a big deal in New York, and those dynamics would be present in all of those countywide elections I used to calculate the partisanship of the hypothetical districts generated by the computer algorithm, and also the districts that were drawn by your expert and by the expert retained by the Republican commissioners.
2021, the county clerk in a heavily Democratic county, enrollment-wise, won with, I believe, 160,000 vote plurality. So those heavy numbers for Republicans were inserted into your...
Absolutely. And even with those heavy numbers for Republicans...
Doesn't that skew? I mean, you're looking at it, well, the trend is 53%, but doesn't that number skew because the results were so high?
So we absolutely want to account for that in our analysis. And if you look at my report, and unfortunately, I was taken by surprise by the analysis that the Republicans presented tonight, or I could have brought the analysis that they did in Harkenrider exactly as they did it in Harkenrider to show you that when applied here, even in the presence of those dynamics, Democrats are at a huge disadvantage because of the location of the district boundaries. Any advantage to Republicans, any advantage to Democrats is washed out and made innocuous by the fact that the places where voters are showing up in those elections and the places where they're staying home are not evenly distributed across the county. It's concentrated in particular patterns in particular districts.
Now, you're saying that, I'm glad you're talking about particular districts, because you talked about each district should flip. Do you know that we have a legislator sitting to my left who's run in a heavily, heavily Democratic district for 10, 12, 13, 14 years and wins?
This is my 20th year.
20 years. So the Republican numbers in that district are high for that legislator because of who she is.
That's
so
why
you would think that that district would flip Democratic, but it doesn't. So how do you factor into your equation and these results the fact of incumbency?
So incumbency is not something that I took into consideration in the drawing of any of the hypothetical maps. But Ms. Ford's prowess as a campaigner is something we want to be careful that we don't include as one of those confounding variables. That's why we use the countywide votes cast in her district. So the patterns, so we use those counts. So if we use votes for Ms. Ford, when we relocate the voters that would otherwise support Democrats to another district, I don't know whose district she sits next to in the actual geography of the county, but if you moved those voters across to Mr. Kopel's district, it's possible, maybe unlikely, Mr. Kopel seems like a nice guy, but that those voters would change their mind and vote for a Democrat in those instances. But that's why we use those county-wide races, because when they vote for county executive in Ms. Ford's district, they're also voting for county executive in Mr. Kopel's district. And so we're comparing apples and apples, whereas comparing Ms. Ford to Mr. Kopel might be comparing apples to oranges.
Just if I may interject, and this is just more of a point of clarity. Mr. Magleby, one thing that the presiding officer, which I'm sure he accidentally omitted when he told you this, Legislator Ford has been a registered Democrat, but she runs on the Republican line. That part he did leave out. I don't know if that changes your response. That's all.
I don't think that would. I don't believe that that would have any impact on the analysis. But even so, I mean, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to jump in on you. But you know, when you look at the county-wide races, like the Republican map, actually, the one that was first presented from the TDAC, I was put into Legislator Capel's district, okay? Then the Democratic map, you have me skewed over, taking me out of a good portion of the district that I represented for a long time, and put me up into Baldwin, into an area that I'm not familiar. So, and like when you were saying about voter confusion, you know, and it's not fair to people when they're looking and they're being moved back and forth and everything, you know, so you put me over to there, but then you also changed my legislative district number. So I think that, in essence, that would probably cause a lot of confusion for the people who live in the district that normally knew themselves as Legislative 4, the number 4 district, and now they're in a completely different number district. So I just wanted to point that out, but I'm going to give back to the presiding officer.
I am appreciative and sensitive to the concern you raise, Legislator Ford, that, and in fact, the municipal home rule law has very specific language about not favoring or disfavoring any incumbent.
Right.
The problem is we don't know, so this came up in the earlier testimony, what does that mean? And to find, you know, how do I know that I haven't unduly treated you? I don't know exactly how to tell. We're told to consider them in order. I was asked to opine on partisan gerrymandering. This is an open question in terms of research about how we should appropriately consider what it means to favor or disfavor incumbents. And you're absolutely right that all of this, voters don't necessarily identify, district boundaries change. They identify with their communities, as Mr. Drucker pointed out. They identify somewhat with their legislator. There are a few very motivated people who identify with you all, but most people don't, actually. Most people show up and they think, I kind of like Democrats or I kind of like Republicans. And so the fact that you could show up in a place where people predominantly like Democrats, I don't know the numbers exactly. That's precisely the kind of thing we want to, that lurking or confounding variable is what we want to remove from the analysis by using county-wide races.
Let me just mention that Legislator Phillip, who's a registered Republican, ran and won in the Great Neck district, which is a heavily, heavily Democratic district. She won in that district. Legislator Gaylor, who's Republican for many, many years, has run in a Democratic district and won. And I would say that each of those legislators, and many of us up here, ran ahead of the county executive in those races. So when you're just looking at the top down and not factoring into the fact that there are incumbents running and there are incumbents generating candidates, I think that potentially your local analysis is more skewed than doing a statewide analysis.
Oh, I think that's a really interesting point. I have lots of ways I want to push back on that.
That'll be the last one I make then.
I will say this, that, and if you want me to opine on this, I'm happy to. I'm a professor, and if you can't tell, I like long answers, and there are a lot of tired people here who want to talk to you, and I'm sorry that I have gone on and on here. I appreciate you listening to me.
We do appreciate you.
This is an open question in the political science research. The accepted practice in the analysis of redistricting is to use elections that are the most appropriate for the region you're studying, that encompass the entire jurisdiction. So if we're considering when elections are happening, so considering a gubernatorial race in 2017 is odd because, as you pointed out, 2021 is a different year than 2020 and is a different year from 2022. But what we want to do is we want to find something that will capture the general competitive dynamics, that won't have these lurking confounders of a Denise Ford who's just super dynamic and charming and persuasive, or whoever else is out there, whoever is out there that could show up and change the way votes are cast. So I teach politics. I don't think politics is a dirty word. I think that what we should be seeking for is a system that fairly allows political processes to play themselves out. That we have the opportunity for a Denise Ford to go out and campaign in a district that would, listen to you and respond to you, and where voters are allowed to evaluate the platform you propose and make a choice. The challenge with gerrymandering, and I heard, I'm not sure who objected to this, but the accepted understanding of how gerrymandering works is that it changes the weight of votes cast in an election. Now that sounds odd because everybody shows up and everyone has one vote. But if I'm a Democratic voter in the 6th district in the map that was proposed on February 9th, I'm going to show up and there's a lot of Democratic voters in that district. The marginal impact of my vote is very small. Some of these Republican districts, and I forget the numbers off the top of my head, they've moved around enough on different proposals that I can't keep them straight. And I hope Mr. Drucker won't hold that against me, that I don't have every piece of geography in Nassau County memorized. But in those districts that are more marginal but favor Republicans, the marginal impact of a vote in those districts matters quite a bit. And so by playing with the competitive dynamics, by drawing lines in particular ways that over-concentrate voters of a particular kind, what you're doing is you're robbing them of influence. And you're undermining their influence on the electoral process. That's why it changes the weight of a vote. And we can actually calculate the weight of the vote. Now, people went to law school. If you're an engineer, raise your hand and I will explain to you the math of how this works. But the fact of the matter is that's what happens. And what I stand for, I know I'm here and I'm the Democratic witness, and you have to factor that into my credibility and however you want to do that. I can tell you that what I stand for is that I stand for equal protection under the law. The 14th Amendment, that everybody's vote should be weighted equally. It should all count equally. We should not draw maps that favor particular individuals over others.
Let the public speak. Let the public speak.
Okay.
That's a fair point.
Let the public speak.
All right, Mita, we have 3 more legislators, then we'll get to the public comment.
Can they get the 3 minutes that you give us, the taxpayers?
Mita, if you want longer time, then you can run for an office.
No, because all of y'all would be gone.
All right. We have Legislator Ferretti, McCavitt, and DeReggie-Witt. Okay, so now we have 2.
I'm just going to go to a brief point because I happen to know something about redistricting. When I was in the New York State Assembly for 12 years, and in 2012, I was redistricted by 87%. I was the second biggest redistricting in the state of New York, except for a district up in Oneida, which was 91%. And I went from a rather more Democratic district to a Republican district. So around 2010 or so, or actually 2008, and went to presidential, I got about 58%. When I go to a much more Republican district in 2012, I go down to 56%. But then 4 years later, I go up to 66%. So I can even give an example on the county level. When I ran my first race in county legislature, brand new district, I got 52%. My district in the last 4 years, which has had a lot more Democrats move into it, I went from 52% to 66%. So my district didn't magically become more Republican with tons of Democrats moving in. It's the fact that I work very hard. Many times a constituent calls me, I don't return the call, I go to the house, and I see people. So the fact is that under whatever analysis you're talking about is, you really can't go and filter out that hard work, which is going to skew those results.
I appreciate, and I should have said this at the outset. I came up here animated about criticism of my research and work, and I should have prefaced all of this that what you all do is remarkable. This is a remarkable thing, that in the United States, all of you would sit here on a Thursday night, late at night, with and that folks would sit here and wait to talk to you. That this is a remarkable thing that we do this. So you're absolutely right that the analysis that I did excludes individual campaign dynamics. I feel like I want to come back down here and take each of you to coffee and interview you about your campaign techniques and processes, because I could write a really great paper about all of this. But the problem with criticizing my work for that is that you would have to criticize your experts' work for that too, because they're masking those dynamics in the analysis that they do. And so, and I would stand up for both of our analyses while disagreeing about the particulars and saying that, Mr. McKevitt, you're not going to run for office in perpetuity. Maybe you want to die in office in the Nassau County Legislature.
No.
You know, we could.
Not happen if I have a choice.
You could step down. He was up here earlier as, a well-intentioned wingman. I was talking to Dave Mejias about this. I'm like, do you ever want to do this again? He said, absolutely not. This is one of the least appreciated roles in our democracy. You sit here. I'm feeling bad that my comments were interpreted to mean that I was impugning your characters. I do not. I 100% appreciate what you're doing. It is noble. It is important. You won't do it forever. So what happens when you step down? Who succeeds you? A Democrat or a Republican? And if what we're trying to figure out is, spoiler alert, some of you are better at campaigning than others, and some of you know who you are. But we have this ebb and flow in who's getting elected and reelected. And we want to understand how that works absent your own particular charisma, your ability to communicate and connect with constituents, your ability to mobilize constituents to come out and vote for you, which is probably the most important factor. All of that is what we call a confounding or a lurking variable if I'm looking at the votes cast for you. And the big problem is that you pointed this out. You end up in another district once we redistrict. And you used a number. You said 89%?
No, I went from one which was 58% in a much more Democratic district, went to a much more Republican district, went down to 56 my first time out. And because no one knew me.
And you said, but initially I thought I heard you say that you were in the most redistricted district.
I was redistricted by 87%. So my old district, my new district, in 2012, I ran an 87% new district.
So this is one of these really interesting questions that goes to a point that Mr. Saling said earlier, and that was a problem in the Republican proposals in the county commission, which is how do we understand what district is our district? So legislators all have shirts made with the numbers of their districts on it. You get really attached to being in the 10th district or the 19th district or the 2nd district. And the numbers are somewhat arbitrary, right? You stay the same, but how do we know when a district changes? That's a really tough question. So preserving cores, he suggested we paid no attention to preserving cores. I would contend that we paid about as much attention to preserving cores as you can, because what does it mean to preserve a core? this is really getting into professor speak here. There's a really old philosophical problem called the ship of Theseus, which you may have encountered in your philosophy classes, because philosophers love this. If you went to law school, maybe you were a philosophy major. The ship of Theseus is this idea. Theseus was a hero, came back to Greece, he parked his boat outside Athens, and to celebrate his victory, they would take it out and they'd sail it around, and then they'd park it, and every year they did this. And every year something would break and they would replace it. And after several hundred years, someone noticed that all of the old wood was gone. And they said, well, shoot, when did this stop being the ship of Theseus? When did it stop being your district? And you know, is it after, I picked up my kid from preschool one day after thinking about this problem for way too long, because that's what professors do. And he's like, Dad, what are you thinking about? I'm like, the ship of Theseus. I explained it to him. I said, what do you think? And he said, 50%. Just like that. Solves a problem that thousands of years of philosophers have never been able to answer. Love 5-year-olds, man. The fact is that, and I mean this with all due respect, to Legislator Ford, who is, it sounds like you've done really amazing things. Legislator McKevitt, you all have, yes, and I appreciate, as I said, I appreciate it. These districts don't belong to you. They belong to voters. Voters whose voices deserve to be heard, and their voices deserve to be heard in fair ways, in ways where we're not skewing it in favor of one, and one where the ebbs and flows, when bail reform, whatever you think about bail reform, if that's a big deal for you as a voter, and you want to register how you feel about that with your vote, you're entitled to have your vote heard, not have it discounted, diluted, muted, or underweighted in any particular way. So 100%, you're right. So I appreciate you letting me give I feel like I'm filibustering myself here now, and I should let whoever has other questions.
We just have one more legislator.
Just real quick, because I truly appreciate the public being here. I sat and listened, and I do appreciate both you and Mr. Salen's testimony. I think I felt a lot smarter before I walked in here tonight. But I kind of, just watching both of you and listening to both of you, I think that there's one major difference that I just would like for you to maybe explain. It sounds to me as if Mr. Salen was primarily focused on the constitutional guides as to what should be considered when we're making a map, and he was very clear on saying that we shouldn't take race into consideration. It sounds to me also that you have a different opinion, which is maybe that the New York laws might prevail for Nassau County. My question is, and again, I had to take notes, but the Pringles test. Jingles test. I thought it was Pringles. Jingles. I'm hungry. Okay.
You've been here a long time.
The Jingles test. I thought it was said that
the Pringles test.
All right, don't even jump on that. Don't. You know what? This is a really tough job. You're right. All right. So the Jingles test. I'm gonna have a hard time living that down. Now, Mr. Salen, your counterpart, said that he did not feel that Nassau County qualified for that. Basically, the Jingles test would take race into consideration. Is that correct?
I need to preface any answer I give here by making it clear that I was not asked to opine in my report or my analysis on the question of Voting Rights Act violations. And so I actually have not done the analysis that would allow me to answer that question. There was another expert that the Democrats retained that focused on that. In other work and in my research, I do work on this, but I've not actually examined the data here to be able to answer that question authoritatively. I'm sorry.
Yeah, because I kind of think that is one of the more important points in the sense of whether or not we take minority-majority districts into consideration or not, as to whether or not we qualify. I mean, the Constitution says no, but the state laws say yes. So,
well, so on this, I'm I'm going to go outside of what I was asked to do and suggest that this is very much an open question, and it is absolutely the case that the application of jingles in this instance will be very important in the way that we understand how to move forward. So in my analysis, I will say this, that for the analysis of the Republican map, I incorporated the Republican understanding of the application of jingles to the simulation. So I did a different set of simulations for the Republican maps than I did for the Democratic maps. And that's because the Republicans suggested that there's a very different criteria when it comes to racial representation in the county, that there should be 4 majority-minority districts. They didn't actually say that. They voted with their feet in the way they drew the map, that in the map that they offered, there were 4 majority-minority districts. So in all the simulations I did, the ensemble I used for the Republican map, there were at least 4 majority-minority districts. When I analyzed the Democratic map, I analyzed it with the understanding that had been advanced by the Democrats, that jingles requires that there's 5 majority-minority maps. So this is another way that my simulations differed from the simulations that were advanced by Mr. Salin and Mr. Trendy, is that it doesn't seem like they were taking into consideration any understanding of how jingles would work. It was simply an exercise in drawing maps randomly without reference to race. But that's not consistent with the actual map they drew, and that's not consistent with even, this is probably abundantly clear at this point. Lawyers are really good at answering exactly the question they're asked, and professors like to say, great question, let me tell you the question you should have asked. But in this instance, we considered both interpretations, both the one that was in the revealed kind of understanding in the way that the Republicans drew the map and in the revealed way that the Democrats were using the map. And it would not be appropriate, and I didn't say this in my list of things that I objected to in the way he analyzed the map. He wasn't using the appropriate counterfactual based on the criteria Democrats had advanced. The question is there partisan bias based on a set of criteria? The Democrats brought to bear a different set of criteria. That's a question that another expert in another time can answer. If we adopt the Democratic criteria, there's no evidence that they've skewed the map in their favor. If we adopt a Republican criteria, there is evidence that the map was drawn in a way that was not neutral with respect to party.
So, yes or no? Do you believe that Nassau County would qualify for the Kringles test?
Jingles.
Jingles.
We got another. You were thinking about all sorts of food.
Jingles. I'm exhausted. All right, jingles.
It would be a big mistake to advance a map without doing exactly that kind of analysis.
So
it would be money very poorly spent on the part of this body to propose and pass a map that would not clearly survive a challenge under the jingles criteria. So I'm saying that as someone who's observed this process play out in different places. You absolutely need to do that analysis. If you're concerned about, when I talk to people who are doing redistricting, they always want to know, am I going to get sued? Am I going to get sued?
All right. You're right. Don't worry about it.
Okay.
You're right. So, I know, I should end it with this, but so basically you're not 100% sure if it should be used or not. I'm not using the word.
Jingles.
Jingles?
So
you're not sure if it should be used in Nassau County?
So I have seen the analysis done by my counterpart, who is also retained as an expert by the Democrats.
Let me have it.
And that analysis indicates that there are clear patterns of racially polarized voting. The people live in compact. The people who were affected by the Voting Rights Act, those groups of folks live in compact areas, and it would be possible to draw districts to provide them representation, up to 5 districts. So yes.
Well, in my opinion, that's how the two of you differed as to whether or not the majority, consideration should be taken in. And that, in my opinion, the jingles test should show that. So I guess, I don't know why we don't qualify for the jingles test, but So you have any opinion on crinkles or? These are sour cream and onion.
Not
I'm
a
sure
big
they're
fan of
good.
sour cream and onion.
Mike, I used to really like you. All right, thank you.
Dr. Magali, when you go home tonight, tell your wife you were passionate but not heated. So we very much appreciate your passion for this.
Thank you, Mr. Presiding Officer. Thank you, legislators, for your time. Thank you all. Thank you all for patiently waiting.
Do you need a break? We're good? I'm going to go. All right. For the public comments, we start off with Angel Cepeda.
Good evening, Presiding Officer, Minority Leader, legislators. It's very clear to me, based upon what we've heard here this evening, that redistricting is more an art than actually a science. Having said that, I realize that what's before you is really a difficult task. But as a Plainview resident for almost 30 years, a community leader, being on their school board, and having been involved at the town level as well, I can tell you that community commonality is very important. And what's happened to Plainview, I would respectfully request that you look at and you put back together. Country Point is Plainview. It's Country Point at Plainview. These are things that, as a science, it requires you to speak to each other with, find out, make these things happen, okay? As I said, this is more art than science. It really is. Having listened, I think that Dr. Maggie made it quite clear. You can skew things one way or the other by just changing some of the statistics. But at the end of the day, you've got to recognize communities like Plainview.
Are we entertaining speeches from political candidates or past political candidates for any? Okay, just asking.
Finish, Mr. Spada. Please finish.
Was that a question?
No. We're not doing Q&A here. This is public comment.
Okay.
It's your turn.
So that was what I'm here for, is to respectfully ask you to look at Plainview and restore it as one community.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next one is Karen Mantalbano. Karen Mantalbano? You here? Okay. Okay. Go for it.
My name is Karen Montalbano. I'm with the Baldwin Civic Association. I'm their government liaison. Now, I've taken a look at the maps, and I thank you for making Baldwin mostly whole. From what I hear now is there's part of it that's not in the same district. I can't tell because these maps really are very hard to read. And I know my glasses, I might need better ones, but they're very hard to read, and I can't tell what streets are or are not in Baldwin. We are now Legislative District 6. I don't know what that means, who our legislator is. But I noticed that in reading some of this memorandum that came out, many of these places are being grouped by the Long Island Railroad, Sunrise Highway, which runs straight through our community, and the fact that they are near the water. And yet we seem to be going further up north. I am also very dismayed to see that many of our other communities are being divided. It's very disappointing that there are not more majority-minority districts being represented. And I really find that this process has never really been transparent enough for us to really comment, especially when I'm reading things and making my changes as I go along and what I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Mejias, Dave, you there? Here you go.
Hi, everybody. Thank you for having me. Thank you, presiding officer, for the time. I will be brief. I know there's a lot of people here, and I'll try to be as quick as possible. As Legislator Solage pointed out, I was the only Hispanic ever elected to this austere body, and I haven't been in office for 13 years, and that needs to change, and that's what this process is about. And to answer the question as to whether or not race can be used in this process, I would correct Mr. Salen in that, you know, the Supreme Court in Cooper v. Harris said that we have to have strict compliance with Section 2 of the Federal Voting Rights Act. We cannot deny minority communities candidates of their choice, which is what partisan gerrymandering does. And therefore, under the Supreme Court's analysis in Cooper v. Harris, it is a compelling state interest to have strict compliance with Section 2 of the Federal Voting Rights Act. So that is something that I think that point needs to be made. To sit here and say it's unconstitutional is really referring just to the Merrill case that's taking place in Alabama, and it hasn't been decided. There's been some opinions out there dictate that maybe they should be race, maybe they shouldn't be race, but as of right now, the law and the constitutional law under the Supreme Court says that it is a compelling government interest. And if you think about it, when this body was first started, there was 2 minority districts drawn at that time, and if you think it's unconstitutional to use race, you can actually draw a map where there are no minority legislators here. And that would be a violation of the Federal Voting Rights Act, and certainly end up in court under that analysis. It's interesting that the racially polarized voting analysis was not brought to the table by Mr. Silent. It's being kept secret for some reason. We don't know why. Using statewide elections, as Dr. McElvey said, is a problem. If you know, in analyzing to Legislator Ferretti's point, the registration, if you think about it, if we just went by registration, it wouldn't make any sense. If you use the actual results, so the county executive's race in the last 2 elections has been won by 52% of the vote or so, by Republican, by Democrat. It's flip-flopped. But Republicans have 63% of the seats in this chamber. So that lends itself to say there is a partisan gerrymander. The 2013 map is a partisan gerrymander because if it wasn't, if it was drawn completely neutrally, it would reflect the results of the county-wide elections, right, that go back and forth. So, and to answer other people's questions, you know, what does Lakeview and Hempstead have in common with East Rockaway, right? You know, nothing. There was a tremendous amount of testimony from the people that came down here that want Lakeview kept with Hempstead, and they want to make sure that they are represented. And this map dilutes minority votes illegally. Thank you.
Thank you, Dave. Scotty Codes.
Boy, this is a long time.
My apologies for the long wait.
Oh.
Well,
Dave
Scotty will have enough time to finish.
He asked the right question. What does Lakeview and Hempstead have in common with Lynbrook, Malvern, East Rockaway, and the portion of West Hempstead is, I have a West Hempstead address. But the portion that will be part of Lakeview is very conservative. So what do we have in common? Nothing. When Franklin Square got 20,000 population, and you're putting 6,000 from Lakeview into that district, do we have a chance? Do we stand a chance? Not at all. And the other thing is, cracking, stacking, and packing are the 3 things that's should be decided with redistricting. So what have you done to Lakeview? You've cracked us away from where we were since 1980. When our district was first formed in 1980, the census and then redistricting, we were doing great in Lakeview. And then all of a sudden, in 2023, you decided that we need to be with Lynbrook, Malvern, and what's the other one? East Rockaway. And then you added West Hempstead. I would have felt a whole lot better if you put us with a district that we had common interests. We have none. I just drive through Lynbrook. They couldn't care less. I have someone here with me tonight who's always experienced racism in Lynbrook. And then here we are in 2023, after all of our fighting to make sure our district in Lakeview was strong, we find ourselves fighting to get out of 3-4 districts that we don't belong in. For what reason other than gerrymandering? And I say to you, I don't know what to say, actually. What do we want? We want to be put back where we were. When our district was first formed in 1980, we worked our butts off in Lakeview to make our community strong. I can remember we didn't have to worry about, maybe we should have, but we didn't. We didn't worry about parading through Hempstead, Baldwin, Freeport, Roosevelt, and on to Lakeview with a stream of cars fighting to get people to vote. And we built all of those communities. And you took, in 2023, a community that fought. We try not to make a difference with who's running or whatever. But you know what? We lucked out because we got good representatives in the 1st district, in the 2nd district, and in the 3rd district. We're not here to talk about which representative we want to represent us. We want to talk about fair lines. The lines are not fair. They were not drawn fairly. So I'm going to say to you, my little, I see you don't have the time on me, so that's a good thing. I'm going to read some stuff that I know 3 minutes, I have a tendency of going over. But let me just say this. I rise this evening representing the great community of Lakeview, along with the avid supporters of Lakeview communities. Many of them don't live in Lakeview, but they support us because they know we're strong. We have a strong community that has been fondly referred to as Little Old Lakeview. You see, we acquired that name affectionately because although we are a small community, we carry a big stick. What do I mean by that? If rattlesnakes are voting in Lakeview, we vote. And that's the truth. And we are fair. There are people who are sitting on this side I have invited 10 years ago to hear me speak about redistricting. Presiding officer, you were one of them that showed up to one of my meetings 10 years ago. We do what's right. Lakeview has stayed whole since the inception of the 18th Assembly District, and that's where we want to be put back. Back with Hempstead, back with Baldwin, Freeport, Roosevelt, Uniondale. Even a portion of West Hempstead falls in the 18th Assembly District. Lakeview's got 2 addresses, 2 post offices. One is 11570 Rockville Center. The other one is 11552 West Hempstead. Why do I not want to be in West Hempstead? Because the portion you're putting us in is all conservative. We would not have a chance to elect or have common interests. We just use the post office. We have a school district with Lakeview, Lynbrook, Malvern. What does it mean? We just fought Malvern to stop with its racist street naming. And the name was recently changed in Malvern. I have many friends in Malvern. It has nothing to do with friends. It has to do with the proper lines and how we are going to be represented. And I say to you, our hearts are hurting. And if you don't believe it, I almost went to tears when I saw our hard work being put into a district or in districts like Lakeview, Lynbrook, Malvern. Those people don't even want us there. They don't even talk to us. We have no common interests. None. Except our school district have the 3 names. And we had to fight like the Dickens, Transport 12, to even get Lakeview recognized, to get busing in Malvern. I'm telling you, maybe I'm aging myself, but I got the history. We worked our butts off in all of our districts, in 1 and 2, and we say we need to be put back where we belong, where our common interests are the same. Thank you.
Thank you, Scotty. Lisa Ortiz.
Good evening, everyone. Thank you for allowing me to come before you all tonight. I am here. I am a resident of Lakeview, one of the founding members of the Lakeview Civic Association. I am a trustee on the Lakeview Public Library Board, and I am a very proud member of Lakeview. I've come before you several times throughout the redistricting process, and one of the main concerns initially was that Lakeview remain whole. We asked, and you actually accommodated, and we are grateful for that. Our next request was to place us in a district with communities that share commonalities with us. We've asked this several times, and yet here we are again, asking again. The district that has now been presented for Lakeview, the last set of maps was comprised of Lakeview, Lynbrook, Malvern, and Valley Stream. This current map that is proposed by the Republican majority places Lakeview, Lynbrook, Malvern, West Hempstead, and now East Rockaway. All of those communities have at least double the amount of constituents in it than we do. So when we think about disenfranchising, when you think about silencing, and you think about gerrymandering, and you think about making sure that you are silencing a community that has a very, very loud voice, that's exactly what you're doing to us. Lakeview has fought very hard from the time back in the 60s when Dr. King came through to integrate our schools. The first school district to be forced to be integrated by the state was done because of Lakeview. When you think about when one of the your expert, the Republican expert, spoke about the commonalities that we have, our school districts. We can talk about that. Our school district is the only thing that we share, but we don't share the same name. I mean, the school district is Malvern, not Malvern Lakeview, like Old Bethpage and Plainview. when we requested that, from what I understand, it's been denied. Recently, many representatives from Lakeview fought long and hard in conjunction with the school district to have that street name that was named after a leader in the KKK to be removed. It was a very long and hard battle. A grand wizard in the KKK. That battle started back in the 60s. Am I right, Scotty?
40 years ago.
Okay. For 60 years, we had to fight. While that may seem like, oh, well, at least you're making progress, how much do we have to fight? We're here tonight. No other communities are here. Malvern's not here fighting to remain in their district. West Hempstead's not here fighting to remain in their district because their districts still look like their communities. Exactly. Our communities are that we share commonalities with, Hempstead, Roosevelt, Baldwin, Uniondale. These are the places that we go to worship. These are the places that we go to shop, to spend time with our family, our friends. But yet you want to throw us into a district that we have zero commonalities with. So tonight, to wrap this up, because there are many people that I'm sure want to speak at 10:42 at night, I am asking that you would place Lakeview back where it was into a majority-minority district that will give us the opportunity to choose a candidate of our own choice. Place us with a district that will not silence our voice, that will understand the needs of our community, and ensure that whoever represents it comes out, they're not afraid of us, they'll work with us to make sure that our community is kept intact. And most importantly, we still want to remain whole in a majority-minority district. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Ortiz. Doris Newkirk.
Good evening, everyone. I am Doris Hicks Newkirk, newly Newkirk, and I come before you as a resident of Lakeview, homeowner for the last 37 years, retired educator of the Malvern School District. Some of the things you've heard are true. Last week, 2 weeks ago, we had the renaming of the street name Linda Place. We led that through the initiative of the Lakeview NAACP under my direction, under a call of action in 2020. We then passed it on to the school and let the children do their thing. I stand before you as the president of the Lakeview NAACP, letting you know that we also have a youth council where our young people come out and have their voice heard as well. I ask you a question. What is your reasoning for this by putting us in this district? I ask you, what do you gain? And I will say to you that we wish to remain, number one, whole, number two, a majority voting district. We want to be in a community of likeness. And believe it or not, you must understand that you are taking away our voting strength. And we will not be silenced. I also want to tell you that it's not okay to smother our vote by placing us in those communities. I have friends in some of those communities, very few. But I'll tell you, I know that some of our young people have walked down the street and been told to go back where they came from. So I tell you what, send my children back to Lakeview. Let them stay there where they can grow up and know the community that they come from. Right. We've heard it, we've seen it. We've heard people in the store tell our children, we don't serve the ends. They've come to me and told me, and they were afraid to tell me. I wish they had told me as soon as it happened, because the NACP would have been on it like white on rice. I say to you, have we gained too much recognition in Little Lakeview? Have we been given too much support by our awesome legislator, Sheila Bino? As I stood before you a few months ago, I thought of some of the things and reported to you the things that she's done for our wonderful district. Need I remind you? I think I should take 1 second and remind you. Health fairs, tax reforms, street repairs, walking our community, holiday celebrations, and last but not least, we've had someone that has cared for us. The first time in 37 years, I can tell you we have little to none in common with the communities that you want to put us in. So before you make your final decision, I strongly ask you to think on these things. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Newkirk. Thank you. Tristan Sally.
Good evening to each of you. I stand tonight as a proud Lakeview resident, a community activist, and the pastor of one of the oldest black congregations in the hamlet of Lakeview. I recognize and am grateful for this body that listened to the residents of my community 94 days ago when we came before you and asked to be made whole. And we acknowledge that. But in making us whole, there's a little bit more that needs to be done. Here we are in the middle of Black History Month, faced with redistricting where it has been proposed to crack and disenfranchise black and minority votes, to dilute the vote and our voice that would prevent us from potentially electing candidates of our choice who represent us morally. And we've seen the importance nationally of making sure that candidates represent our communities with high morals across both sides of the aisle. I ask tonight that you would consider deeply and greatly continuing to keep Lakeview whole in a district with commonalities. To your witness's point from the Republican side tonight, as one of the pastors in Lakeview, I can tell you that we share absolutely no religious commonalities with Malvern, Lynbrook, or East Rockaway. We don't. We're not a part of any associations together. We don't worship together. And truly, one of the most segregated hours that you'll find in those communities is the hour of worship on Sundays and Saturdays. And so we ask you, we implore of you to think long and hard about the actions in which this body will take as it represents Little Lakeview and other minority communities. Do not disenfranchise those who have worked tirelessly, who have died for fighting for equal rights and voting rights, and the importance of having a voice in this community and in this country. Do not ignore it. 94 days ago, I stood before you getting ready to welcome my firstborn child. And I asked you to make sure that he could grow up in a community that would represent him fully and wholly. Well, he's here. And I'm still fighting. Because there's more that this body can do to make sure that communities of color are equally represented in Nassau County. I beg of you to consider your actions.
Thank you, Pastor Sally. Karen Moskowitz.
My name is Karen Moskowitz, and I serve as a co-chair of the Redistricting Committee of the Nassau County League of Women Voters. Thank you for the opportunity to address the legislature, although I think I almost lost the will to live about an hour and a half ago. The League is a nonpartisan, grassroots nonprofit encouraging informed and active participation in our democracy. The League takes positions on a variety of public policy issues, but never supports or opposes any political party or candidate. The legislature's proposed map, released February 9th, is commendable in that it creates 4 minority districts. However, with Nassau's minority population now at 44% per the 2020 census, the expectation is that at least 5 minority-majority districts are needed to avoid diluting their political influence by diminishing their ability to elect representatives of their choice. Equitable representation of minorities is mandated by New York's municipal home rule law, and contrary to the repeated statements of the Republican witness, we note that racial minority groups are explicitly referenced in that law. Additionally, we see that the minority-majority villages of Hempstead and Freeport have been split. Although in the case of Hempstead, we recognize that this might have been done to create more minority districts. Finally, we note that District 18 is extraordinarily elongated, running southeast from the north coast and sharply narrowing as it squeezes through Williston Park, ending at the Mineola border. We have 2 questions for the legislature. Oh, I think we've beaten the first one to death. We would like to understand the reasoning behind the creation of only 4 minority districts. I think the Republican representative explained that, based upon the fact that he did not take into account racial groups. And secondly, we'd appreciate knowing when the legislature plans to vote on a map. And I don't know, Mr. Nicolello, if you can tell us when you plan to vote on a map, if you're aware right now.
We expect to vote on a map on Monday, February 27th.
All right, thank you.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Jeffrey Daniels.
I would say good evening, but I would probably better off say good night to everyone to begin. We've been using the word or the phrase common interest a lot tonight. Everybody's been saying common interest amongst ourselves, whether it be Lakeview, Hempstead, and other places. But I'd say I think we all have common interests. We all want to live the best life we could actually live. And we all hold that in common. Not as Republicans, not as Democrats, not as African Americans, Caucasians, Irishmen, wherever you come from, you came to America to live your best life. And in order to do that, that is the common denominator, the common interest, if you would, that we all have, that we all seek to continue to have here. Now, we've all started from different places. Our experiences are different. We've been disenfranchised, purposely disenfranchised. And then laws and rules that were meant to stop the disenfranchisement were actually used to continue it. And that's a little bit of what we're hearing tonight, is that we can't have minority districts because that's against the law. I'm going to give you a very quick example because the time is ticking. We've got minority set-asides, MBWE, right, set-asides, for minorities, primarily entrepreneurs that are just getting started. You have to get certified to be an MBWE contractor. That's the only place I know that you got to tell somebody and prove to somebody that you're black in order for you to get what was meant for you to actually receive. And then we're doing something very similar today. You have gutted my village. You put it into 3 pieces. Let's not act as if that was not intentional. Because one who lives in Hempstead only has to look at the map to tell you exactly which streets you cut. Along Cathedral Avenue is now part of this part of town. Terrace Avenue was cut out like this in the box. That's intentional. That's not someone just coming through with the line. So let's give each other an opportunity to live that best life. And it's not racial, it's American. And we're all American. We need representation because we started in a different spot. We understand each other differently. We need real representation. You cannot gut the Mecca of black and brown, and all of Long Island is the village of Hempstead. And you've now taken that and watered it down. And we can't have that. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Daniels. Stephanie Chase.
Good evening. Just have a few figures here. Lynbrook has 20,741 residents. 76.48% are white. That's 14,871. Black and African, they say it's 4.56%, 886. I really don't believe there's 886 black people in Lynbrook. I work there, so I used to work there in the post office, and I never saw 800 people. Malvern has 7,238. 84.99% is white. Black, 6.29. We're put in with these areas. We will be diluted. Lynbrook, I know, doesn't care about us. I work there. Scotty mentioned, I face so much racism, but I have met very good people there. But for my age, I'm 66, and I started working there in '85. I can't tell you the shock, the hurt, being called the N-word, people yelling mysteriously out of windows as I deliver mail, police officers following me every day. I don't know how I'm sane. Every day they followed me. And I always had a uniform because I had a friend who worked in Brooklyn, and he gave me a uniform. He just said, you know, you're going to need this so people will know who you are. Because they have a thing when you start, you don't have a uniform, so you're not identifiable. So, but it's funny that all the black people that work there, they've been stopped by the police asking what they're doing there. I was in uniform. The truck down the street. I was asked, what are you doing? My hands were full with mail. I'm trying to get done, and I just looked at him and went. So I know most of them don't care about us. I could see the evidence by just stand on the corner near the theater and watch how many Black and Latino people get stopped in their cars by the police. Now, I'm saying there are good people there. Malvern, like we said, I'm sorry, took so long to change that street. East Rockaway, forget it. I don't understand why you would want to do this. I really don't understand why you would want to do that. And then you're going to turn around and say, oh, look at those people. They don't this and they don't that. And you're taking away our rights. You're taking away everything. We fight to get the roads. We fight to do this. We fight to keep our community. But you're trying to take that away from us. Why? Why are you afraid? Why are you so afraid of Black and Latino people? I'm sorry. It angers me. I think I'm kind of lost my mind a little bit from what I've gone through. I really have. Got to do better. Got to be fair. Don't sit here and talk about God and this and that, and you're not even following the basic principles. All you got to do is do the 10 Commandments, but you don't do it. Then you sit there and you're talking about, oh, you don't want to get into minute details. They were important to what we think. Those little minute details I wanted to hear. I don't know. I don't know what to tell you. It's a shame that we have to, in this day and age, come here and do this. But we're going to fight. Mighty Lakeview, you're going to hear from us.
Thank you, Ms. Chase. Barbara McFadden.
Good evening. Thank you very much, Minority Leader. I've been here so long, my phone died. Can you fix this for me, please? I can't get your screen. Thank you, Legislator Abrams, for helping me be able to speak this evening. Please forgive me, I'm only 8 weeks and 2 days post-spinal surgery. But as a child of the South, 76 years, I have to say, I didn't move from the South, I moved up South. Tonight, I'm representing the National Coalition of 100 Black Women in Long Island Chapter Incorporated. It advocates to influence policies that promote gender equity in health, education, and economic empowerment. Given that policy is so intrinsic and it is intrinsically related to voting activity, fighting against all acts of voter suppression is a key tenet to our agenda. Therefore, the National Coalition of 100 Black Women Long Island Chapter wants the Commission, this body, this legislative body, to have on record our adamant rejection of any attempt at gerrymandering to weaken the Black vote, and thus Black voices in this country's political process. This practice also makes it that much harder for Long Islanders to achieve equity on Long Island, and that is done intentionally. If the Urban League can quantify that billions of dollars were lost due to segregation, and then we had a huge community fund put back dollars into Long Island, then you know that it's not something that Lakeview is just talking about. It is a reality. We emphatically call on this commission, as I said again, to reconsider approving any map that harms the communities, any of our communities. We also want to make it clear that gerrymandering is not only unethical, it is illegal. And we will support any effort to combat this illegal practice. Thank you very much, and good night.
Thank you, Ms. McFadden. Chris Jacobs. So the next three speakers are Chris Jacobs, James Jacobs, and Pearl Jacobs.
Yes, good evening. I'm sleepy. Okay, thank you, my friend. Yeah, so the map, although I'm grateful that Uniondale was kept whole, I'm disappointed that the other communities weren't kept whole. Lakefield, Baldwin, Freeport, they should all be kept whole along with the other ones. I also noticed when you go on the map, you go on the website there, when you zoom in, right next to the two, you can't see it here, but if you go online right now, you'll see it says East Garden City, and for over a decade, Uniondale's been fighting to have the East Garden City designation removed. So that's something that should be taken into account when this map, whatever map is put forward. Hopefully Uniondale, along with all the other communities, stay whole. This map is an okay map for certain parts, but it definitely needs improvement. I was at the town meeting a couple nights ago, and I watched them pass an abomination of a map, which is terrible. But that's all I got to say is basically, thanks for keeping Uniondale whole, but make good on the other ones. Lakeview should be whole, and the rest of them should be whole. And after that, it'll be a good map that works for everybody. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Jacobs. We will go back and look at that map. If it is indeed there, we'll take that term out. Okay.
James B. Jacobs, that's my son. I'm proud of what he's saying, and my wife too. I support Lakeview in their struggle. Same thing with Baldwin and the rest of everybody else, because the struggle is real. That's why we have the John Lewis law, because if everybody did the right thing, we wouldn't have to have laws on the books for people to do the right thing. And now, Mr. Nicolato, thank you, Kayvon, for speaking your truth. Senior Bino and Mr. I hope I'm saying that, Sergeant, for speaking your truth. I really appreciate you both. I just need a clarification on some things, so if you could bear with me, I appreciate it. On District 2, my son brought the fact about East Garden City, that shouldn't be there in the top right-hand corner. And on District, page H2. District number 7, it says, if I'm reading it correctly, let me make sure. This district combined interconnecting communities of 5 towns consists of a public comment urges them to draw together a new map, bringing together Orthodox Jewish synagogues, train station, other service that serve these communities. Now, if my understanding of how the Constitution works in the First Amendment, it's supposed to be a separation of church and state. But yet, if you're of a religious persuasion, just me sharing a thought, this is my personal opinion, because last name is Jacobs, so I have opinions. It's just that, how come they had a consideration for religious affiliation, but when you look at what they spoke about, worship on Sunday being the most segregated hour in America, that how come that was not taken into consideration? Because like-minded votes together. And to me, if the certain political parties had ideas that everybody would find competing, they would vote for them. But see, why would I vote for someone that don't have my best interest at heart? So I commend the people up here for speaking their piece, because here's the thing. 30 years ago when I moved out to Nassau County in the town of Hempstead, I was told it was very welcome to everybody. But between redlining and other things that were done to the community as a whole, as a disservice, a lot of veterans served this country. She worked for the federal government and so forth. But where's the love they show to the constituent? Because the way I look at it, y'all picking your voters, not we picking the politicians. And let me not forget one other thing. Page 3, because I see my time is getting low. Was it number 14? It was jumped at me in number 14. Something number 14. Yeah, there's something that jumped out at me. But something that somebody said about how they put all these community in the train station, and like on the southern state, how they used to divide towns by the railroad. Like, one side be the dark. No, it's true. If people know the history and the thing about it, because here's the thing. Just like in Florida, they want Black history from 1970 going forward. Now, I didn't realize somebody brought to my attention that the town of Hempstead used to have a slave trade. Just saying. And I just want to be a fair map. But the thing about it, I'm just going to finish on this note, because I wish you all the best, because, like I said, Mr. Niggolo, to me, you seem like a stand-up kind of person. The other legislators, Kayvon, Stianbana, and Solachas, and Josh, I like your commercial. And the young lady there, you're okay? No, I'm keeping it real, but the thing in a nutshell is that people, long as you treat people fairly and to think their votes count and is weighed evenly and equitably, then it's all good. Because I'm on the philosophy, I don't care what party you're about, but if you don't come to me in my community to listen to my vote and disrespect me that way, why should I vote for you? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Jacobs. Pearl Jacobs.
Good evening. Good evening. My son said, about the town of Hempstead, yes, that map was an abomination. It definitely split Uniondale, which I was not happy about. We came there all the time. We said, held up by signs, keep Uniondale whole. Other communities keep their communities whole. But I'm going to read something that the town of Hempstead wrote regarding District 3. It's just a paraphrase. In addition to uniting the 5 towns, the board's proposed plan does not split Woodmere, which members of the communities testified should be kept whole. So to me, that's blatant discrimination. They hurt Woodmere. Good for my brothers and sisters in Woodmere. I'm happy for them. But they're respected, and they said we want to be kept whole. They're kept whole because they say we want to be kept whole, and Uniondale was not. While I was sitting there, I was just looking for synonyms for gerrymandering: dishonesty, crookedness, trickery, treachery, and fraudulence. These are not flattering words, and gerrymandering is not a flattering or ethical action. I'm happy that Uniondale was kept whole. I'm happy about that, but I'm but I'm not happy about the East Garden City I was sitting there, so I know you're going to look into that, presiding officer. It has to be taken off East Garden City. But I'm not happy that my fellow minority communities were not kept whole. Lakeview, Queen Scotty. I always call you Queen Scotty because because she is the queen of avocation. And Freeport, Hempstead, Baldwin, Elmont, when my fellow minority communities are not kept whole, I'm not happy. Okay, so I'm with you on that. I'm with you on that. So you, as our elected officials, have the ability to break this discriminating action of gerrymandering. Please take that under consideration and make all of our communities whole and together with people and communities that they want to be together with. Like-minded. Thank you. Hey, Josh, keep giving Santos hell. Thank you.
Thank you, Pearl. Christina Arroyo. Casey Marlowe.
Hi, my name is Casey Marlowe. I'm from Farmingdale. I'm a member of the Nassau County Young Democrats. First of all, I'd like to thank everyone involved with the commission for their time and hard work throughout this important process, and to my friends and fellow citizens tonight for waiting it out to make sure that their important comments are heard, and also at previous meetings. And a special shout out to my former professor, Professor Magleby, for his expertise and excellent testimony tonight, and in assisting members of the Commission and the Democratic Caucus. However, as someone who's seen this process go along in numerous hearings, I can only conclude that this process has shamefully devolved into something of a farce. Democracy is not happening in this process. It is being subverted and strangled by the process of which we are seeing another gerrymander of our county for another 10 years. About 10 years, it's a whole decade. We're not, details matter when we're talking about something for a whole decade. And we've already been racially gerrymandered in the 2013 maps too. That's already been proven by Professor Magleby. It's frankly un-American. And Professor Magleby, he brought all the receipts, and I think he proved why this map is illegal. Now, I'm not a lawyer, but as I heard tonight, basically, taking race into consideration when you're making maps and making sure that minority voters have some representation, that seems to be racial gerrymandering, the same as cracking and packing them. That's absurd. And like I said, but I'm not a lawyer. I saw the Republican witness say this, and to be clear, no disrespect him. I'm sure he's an excellent litigator. I'm sure he's a great lawyer. But, man, he proclaimed expertise on this subject of redistricting and map making, and then we all saw what happened tonight when confronted by a real expert. He said a lot of malarkey. And I wish that y'all had enough respect for the process and for the voters to have taken this seriously and get a real expert as your witness. Because it was kind of grotesque. Because you guys are trying to pass what is essentially another gerrymander for the next decade, but you got lazy and you brought in, I'm sure, an excellent lawyer, someone who has a record of litigation, and y'all got shown up big time. I just wish that News 12 got all of Magleby's all of his testimony on film, because my God. But as many of you have heard me say, my friends, at these hearings, this process is about representation and democracy, something so important that our founding fathers pitched a revolution to secure them for our beautiful America. I'm almost done. Generations of Americans bled and died for these, the most noble of principles. I'll restate the simple fact that representation today means power and also means resource allocation. This illegal map, disrespect the diversity of our county in a way that is frankly un-American. We can all see that these maps are trying to deny representation to black and brown and Asian people in this county, and thus power and resources to those who have been perpetually ignored. And yet they are still growing and they are still getting stronger, these communities, despite this. But the only way this map could be worse is if George Santos himself drew them. Josh, I want you to get on that, okay? But, frankly, given the complete lack of transparency throughout the commission and how lazy this process has been handled, especially tonight, and when you look at the thoroughly discredited measurements and variables used to draw it, George Santos might have well drawn this map. And given y'all ran him twice, I wouldn't put it past you. In conclusion, I would like to thank those involved with the commission for their service to the people of this county, to Professor Magleby, and to my fellow friends and citizens for their determination tonight to have their voices heard on this all-important matter. It's a shame that so much time and effort through this process was corrupted into an illegal map. I hope that we, the people of Nassau County, get justice and the legal map that we deserve, because this map ain't it. Also, presiding officer, Jay Jacobs is a good friend of mine, and he's a good man, and I'm sure he's happy that you shouted him out tonight. Thank you. Have a great night.
All right. Thank you. Mita Meredith.
Stony the road, we tried. Bitter the chastening ride. Felt in the days when hope, unborn, had died. Yet, with a steady beat, have not our weary feet strayed from the place for which our fathers and mothers died. We have come over a way that with tears have been watered. We have come over a way of the blood of the slaughtered, yet with the steady beat. with a steady beat. I'm here to lift every voice, and I'm going to sing. Not because I'm singing like the historians used to say, that the slaves were singing in the cotton fields because they were happy. They weren't singing because they were happy. They were singing because they were sharing the message that they were going to be free. They were releasing the shackles, not the master, unless we're talking about the master up above. Fannie Lou Hamer said, if I fall, I'll fall 5 foot 4 inches, which was her height. Forward in the fight for freedom. She said, I'm not backing off, and guess what? I'm not either. We are not either. Interestingly enough, today, President Biden, who is the president of these united, sometimes divided states of America, had to issue an executive order to further advance racial equity and support for underserved communities through the federal government. Because clearly, the House is not going to make that happen. That's a House divided against itself, and guess what? It's going to fall. That majority will not stand. The first act, his executive order when he was inaugurated on January 20th, was advancing racial equity. 2 years later, he had to further that advance. Why? Because this is the country going backwards. We are going backwards. Many have already spoken with regard to the issues with these maps. I'm glad we finally got a time frame, because I'm still disgusted by the display just south. And we can talk Mason-Dixon line right here in Nassau County, just south of here, in the town of Hempstead, when they voted on a more divisive map than this one. But guess what? By hook or crook, somebody is going to be here on Monday, the 28th. So y'all got between now and then to get it right. To get it right. 27th, whatever the day is, because I know they're trying to get these maps out by the end of the month. I get it. But it was already spoken with regard to you saying you can't have the racial inequities and all of that, but you got a clear statement in District 17 about the South Asian Chamber of Commerce. What is that? Okay? You have the Orthodox Jews listed in their district. I'm all for everybody. Okay? But you have a commission about anti-Semitism, but people of color, specifically African Americans, are still the most in terms of hate crimes. Where is the justice? Where is the equity? So again, you already have all the information about what you need to do with these maps. You sure need to get Lakeview straight. You need to get Lakeview straight, okay? And please tell me, where is the other half, or the other piece of Baldwin? Okay? I would just like to know. Because it says most of Baldwin. You know, we're already separated down the middle in Baldwin with the town. We have one representative and a ghost, because I guess they're still trying to do all the qualifications to find out who's going to take over for that spot for our second representative. But I am imploring this body, and I appreciate the shout out. Minority leader. Appreciate that.
Fairly so.
I didn't even know. I was like, okay, you said my name, but I appreciate that.
Fairly so.
So I'm hopeful that we can, again, work together to make this happen, because we're going to continue to lift every voice, not just in February, because Black history is American history. Thank you. Have a good night.
Thank you, Mita. Perry Grossman. Let's get.
Thank you very much, Mr. Presiding Officer, and to the members. I drove here from the Bronx this evening because someone called me up to tell me that Mr. Saitlin cited the testimony of the NYCLU in his map. I'm the director of the Voting Rights Project at the New York Civil Liberties Union, and I'm pretty familiar with our testimony. And when I heard what he said, I was concerned because he only cited a small portion of our testimony, I think, missed some critical pieces. And there's been a lot of discussion about when the consideration of race is appropriate in redistricting. And so the first thing I want to do is go back to the testimony that we submitted, because Mr. Satan neglected to mention this part. He noted correctly that the attempt by the Republican commissioners to draw a non-Hispanic black majority district violated Cooper v. Harris, because there was not sufficient evidence that a black majority district was required to allow black voters to elect their candidates of choice in Legislative District 1. That's true. And so we helped you avoid one legal claim. You were all quite welcome. The issue that was neglected, however, was that we pointed out that the evidence in the record shows that the jingles conditions are present here in Nassau, that there is substantial evidence in the record, Mr. Saitlin did not note it, of racially polarized voting, of political cohesion among black and Latino voters, and that drawing majority-minority districts is in fact appropriate. The Republican commissioners and the Democratic commissioners both recognized that, both drew majority-minority districts. The Rules Committee advanced both of those maps. The consideration of race here is entirely appropriate. What Mr. Saitlin notes in saying that the consideration of race is not appropriate is one sentence where he says that Sean Trendy conducted a jingles precondition analysis and concluded that Nassau County contains no districts meeting the jingles preconditions that would require or permit the creation of any race-focused district for the purpose of compliance with Section 2 of the VRA. That's all he says. If Mr. Trendy's analysis is worth its salt, publish it. If you don't want to, of course you don't have to, but this is not enough to go on to say that race-conscious redistricting is inappropriate, because the evidence in the record, the only evidence in the record right now, shows that there is racially polarized voting and that the preferred candidates of white voters usually defeat the preferred candidates of black and Latino voters. The jingles preconditions are present here, and frankly, this is something that's well known to anyone who's had contact with Nassau County at any point over the last 50 years, is that racial voting patterns are polarized, and there is a need for race-conscious redistricting consistent with the municipal home rule law. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Grossman. Matthew Pasternak.
Hi, can you hear me? Matthew Pasternak. This is my first time addressing the county legislature, and again, I just want to say thank you all for taking our testimony and hearing our testimony. But at the same time, I'm very disappointed by these maps. I feel that they don't represent the interest of the communities that are respected here tonight. They don't further or advance Nassau County as a place for good government and democratic accountability. And I feel that they really have fundamentally flawed issues that are either going to be litigated against or it's just not going to stand. I mean, the people here who have spoken have been passionate, honest, and truthful about what they're trying to say. And I think the thing is they still feel like communities of color are not being represented by the map. There's still a lot of cracking and packing in areas that shouldn't be, and that it's a map that fundamentally fails every independent, mapping topography test imaginable. So I wouldn't even be I'm deeply concerned about it, but I think the thing I'm most concerned about is how one side isn't releasing data or empirical evidence that would clearly put these issues to rest. So if you believe your numbers, you did due diligence well, then, that's something you taught in elementary school. You have to show your work. It's fortunate or unfortunate, whether you think, but if I were to take a test and not show how I got 1 + 1 = 2, I get kicked out. Or if I presented that on my work product, I'd be laughed at and told to start over again. So I think we can fundamentally have better maps. We can change the trajectory. But I think unless one side shows its data, shows empirical evidence, you got to have this deep level of mistrust. You see it in this room. I mean, there's so many questions about this map going forward that we're not going to see, but I think we can put it to rest. And I'm not saying it's done purposely. I'm not saying there's mischief or anything, but you can easily see how the indication could be there. And I hope, I thank the commissioners for doing their work. I thank the legislature for taking up this map. But please, at the end of the night, please do the right thing. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Pasternak. Cheryl Ingram.
Good evening, sir. How you doing, everyone? I'm proud to say that I'm a Lakeview girl since August of 1974. I got my everything from Lakeview. I learned how to swim at Lakeview Park. Also became a Girl Scout. But we got disbanded in 1978, because there was not enough money. But my mother didn't let us run the streets. I remember even when I was a little girl, after they had shut down the Woodfield Road School, they used to have activities after school, and I used to beg my mother, can I go up to the after-school activities there? She allowed me, and I learned a lot. But I think that Lakeview should remain whole. I remember that even when we used to go to Echo Park to learn how to swim, I learned how to swim in the winter of 1974. By the time spring came around in 1975, I knew how to swim. I got everything from Lakeview. I'm also a proud Malvern alumni. Come June of this year, I have been out of Malvern High School 40 years. Even my uncle asked me 2 days ago on St. Valentine's Day how long I had been out of Malvern High School. I remember when we went to school there, they didn't even want our black behind over there in that school. I went to Linda Place School, and I even knew they was racist then, because I used to come home and say things to my mother, and she'd go, we don't talk like that around here. Where'd you learn that? Linda Place School. And I also was a Nassau County Park Ranger. Tom Galata was the one who was instrumental with getting me hired, because I had the background and experience. Also, I later on went to Nassau County Police Department, and little do I know that I was going to become the victim of assault and battery by my own police department. I had to reach out to Sheila Bino. Didn't I, Sheila Bino? I had to write a 2-page email, show bruises of what they did to me, So I know people are telling the truth. I even had to give up my Camaro in 2014. I have been driving since I got my license in 1986. In 1989, I finally got a car and consistently had a car. And every time I turn around, they're behind me. I have been pulled over 17 times, 14 times in my Chevy Cavalier. So I know what you're talking about constantly being harassed. And then when my family bought me a Chevy Camaro SS, I had to give that up in 2014. Constantly being followed. Constantly being followed. Why? And you know something, too? When I was a park ranger and I was down in Bay Park, you have the Marine Bureau that's down there, and you have the Aviation Bureau. When I had my 1983 Buick Regal Limited 3.8, was always pulled over. Why am I being pulled over? I work down there. That's my post. I don't have no connection with drive. There you go. That's my post down there. If that's where you assign me to go down there, whether it's 3 miles or 6 miles from my house, why am I constantly being harassed? So a lot of times when people will come to me and tell me about these things going on in the community, everybody is not lying. you know, and I believe that we should remain whole, because I noticed that map does not accurately depict Lakeview. And Scotty Road, she's telling the truth. I used to live on Barber Lane in West Hempstead, right? She's about 3 blocks from me, and I always had the longest walk to go to school. And Lakeview never had a post office. Our mail always came through the West Hempstead post office, and I always had to put the +4 code 4012. Anytime when I would label my mail as Lakeview, we were non-existent. It's the same thing with the Rockville Center post office. Our zip code is 11573, but I had to also let them know why I used the +4 code of 3305, because also in the incorporated village of Rockville Center, there is a Clinton Avenue, but we don't have a Lakeview post office, right? That's why all our mail has to go to the Rockville Center post office. But I want Lakeview to remain whole. Yeah, we don't have nothing in common. I mean, I'll just be passing through, and you can see when you're coming through, they're watching you, you know?
Okay. Ms. Ingram, could you please sum up?
Oh, I'm done.
Oh, you are? Okay. Thank you, Ms. Ingram. Carrie Weiss.
Good evening, everyone. I don't know about you. I'm toast. You guys probably are too. So try to hear me out for a bit. Larry Weiss, 25-year resident of Plainview, lifetime resident of Nassau County. I know a little bit about the geography of the county. We stand with our brethren in Lakeview and the surrounding communities, and we have, we're a community too, and I believe a big part of what everyone's talking about tonight is for communities to have cohesive representation, for a community to have a representative sitting in this legislature. Plainview is one of those communities that's being cracked, right? I need to talk about District 16. As I see on the map, it stretches from the Suffolk County line 2/3 of the way across the county. We have Plainview going all the way to East Williston. Plainview has nothing in common with East Williston. What Plainview has something in common with is Old Bethpage. I live in Plainview, Old Bethpage. I serve on the board of the Plainview Old Bethpage Chamber of Commerce for 13 years. My daughter graduated from Plainview Old Bethpage High School. My wife spent the afternoon today at a lecture at Plainview Old Bethpage Library. To draw a line separating Plainview from Old Bethpage is no different from what we're hearing from the rest of the community here. You can't be dividing communities in half. For what purpose? How are we going to have a representative sitting here who represents Plainview and East Williston and somebody else representing Old Bethpage? It makes no sense. Frankly, dividing this up the way you have in this map is just kind of ridiculous. You know, the Plainview Old Bethpage Chamber is one chamber. I heard District 5 being referred to as, a cohesive community because of a Chamber of Commerce. We have a Chamber of Commerce, the Plainview Old Bethpage Chamber of Commerce. You want to divide that in half? It's kind of ridiculous to have East Williston part of this district and not Old Bethpage. That's ridiculous. But what's unconscionable is to draw a line 100 feet from where our representative currently lives, Arnie Drucker, and deprive us of that representation. Arnie's been with us since we lost Judy Jacobs. It's up to the voters of our community whether Arnie sits in that chair or not. It's not up to this body to make that decision. And yet this decision is going to be made based on redistricting. That's not fair to us voters, right? We live here and we're entitled to our choice. And with that, I'll let you go because everybody's really tired. Okay, thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Weiss. Paul Boer.
Hi there, Paul Bua, 52, lifelong resident of Baldwin, honorary resident of Lakeview tonight. Couple of points here. First off, thank you for making me want to audit Professor Magalvy's class. It was an excellent presentation. You guys have a credibility problem. The problem that we have here is an issue of bread and circuses versus good governance. On the national level, we have a former Town of Hempstead council member who sits with election deniers on national security committees. And on the local level here, we had a circus in Town of Hempstead redistricting meetings, which led to a vote on the evening of Valentine's Day, which is not good governance at all, first off. Secondly, good governance requires several things. It requires communities, library districts, school districts to be held whole. It requires towns like mine of Baldwin, and I'm a proud product of Baldwin Public Education, and I've watched that town wither for 2+ decades. We need one Baldwin in order to redevelop and stop the blight. But, you know, you guys are intent on disenfranchising people during their own History Month. Unacceptable. Okay? And once again, bread and circuses. Okay? You want to talk about a casino? Great. You don't want to talk about Santos after 2 political cycles? Understandable. But now you're trying not even to talk about election integrity. You know, if you guys feel very good about your records, run on them. Don't be afraid of majority-minority districts. If the public doesn't want them, they won't vote for them, right? Just very simple. But you're weighing against people's right to vote and to have a voice. So, what do I ask for? I urge this chamber to have a discussion at some point on things like ranked choice voting, things like independent public commissions for redistricting. That's good governance, okay? And also, your own expert inferred, oh, you have to litigate because there's no case law. I mean, if that's how you think you're going to run Nassau, and a MAGA Nassau at that, with bread and circuses, you know, go ahead. We'll turn Nassau blue. It's about the voters. It's not about you.
Thank you, Mr. Boer. Marie Jordan Awalam. Okay, she left. Amanda Field. She left.
We vote for that, right?
Charlene Thompson.
Good evening, everyone. The hour is late, but we stuck it out because we felt we had some things that we wanted to say tonight. And so, you guys know me, I'm Charlene Thompson. I would like to share just a little bit. I've had the privilege of being a professor at SUNY Westbury in their Politics, Economics, and Law Department, and one of the classes I taught was the Politics of Race and Class. And we looked at Nassau County politics, the history of politics, and voting patterns in Long Island. And also I wanted to share with you, in the aftermath of the Long Island Divided expose by Newsday, I read that article and I said, hey, those real estate licensees are going to need some training. And so I went out and got certified by the state to do continuing education training for real estate licensees. And in researching the development of my courses, I realized and came to understand the history of government, developers, politics, and racial division by design. We have a unique history of that here in Nassau County, having the Levitt homes being the first American suburb. And you know, William Levitt gets a bad rap, about being a segregationist, but it wasn't his fault because the FHA loans that he used to develop the properties were subject to racial covenants. And then when the mortgage holders wanted to get mortgages in the Levitt homes, they had to have restrictive covenants placed on the mortgages and the deeds. And that was by design by government, by our federal government. Now, William Levitt had black builders on his projects and wanted to sell those homes to the black builders, but unfortunately he couldn't. So you know what he did? He went over and did another development in Lakeview. And that's how we got part of the segregation. And then we see in the real estate industry, we still have vestiges of racial steering and redlining. So there's a couple of things that I want to talk about. Even now, when we look at these maps that have been produced, it's a start. I disagree with the fact that we can't use the racial lens because we're becoming more diverse and more melanated, Long Island. Although we're still increasingly segregated, but we do have to, I think we're up to 4 majority-minority districts that both sides can agree upon. And so we should go back and look at this and look at the racial makeup of the communities in these majority and minority districts. But I also want to talk about a term that was used, thrown out by the Democrats expert. He talked about political gerrymandering. And that was an interesting term to me, because if you look at political gerrymandering versus racial composition and incumbent protection, they don't all come out in the wash. You got to give some to get the other. You're not going to be able to please everybody. So what I would recommend and encourage the body to do is to take the maps as a start, go back and put on that lens to make sure that we're fair to our communities where we have demonstrated historical voting blocks and common interest. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Thompson. Pat Aileen Tripora, and I can't read the last name.
It's Sephora.
Oh, Sephora, okay.
Named after Moses' wife. Black too. Last name Terrell.
Okay.
I also represent the Tuskegee Airmen. I am the president for the Tri-State chapter of the Tuskegee Airmen. This summer, there were some kids from Malvern, on the Malvern side of the creek, tearing up the railroad tracks. One kid's yelling, he's from Germany, his family's from Germany, he's a Nazi, and he can't wait to kill N's and J's. I called the police several times. My neighbors called the police. Of course, they never come. I get the whole spiel. Is it on your side? No, it's on your side. You know, they never come. You heard about the street named after a Grand Dragon of the Ku Klux Klan, which my granddaughter had to walk past all the time. I had to have the talk with my 11-year-old great-grandson right before Christmas. I was the child that was told to get up in the middle of a grammar lesson and tell how much cotton I could pick a minute. I'm the kid who was asked to write a paper on a member of my family that contributed to society. And when I turned in, it was thrown at me with a big red D. I had to go back to school with newspaper clippings proving my heritage and my family. What do I have in common with these people? I live in both worlds, your world and my world. I've worked on Wall Street. When my son was becoming a teenager, I decided I couldn't handle those hours with Morgan Stanley. I took a job doing arbitration and holding hearings for transit. I retired from them some time ago. I went to a church in Lynbrook and one in East Rockaway thinking I'm going to a flea market. And what do I see? Nazi paraphernalia. What do I have in common? I beg, no, I'm demanding that you keep us whole. You know, the government said we were too dumb, our brains were too small, and the World War II would be over by the time we could learn to fix a plane. Well, you know what? They gave us planes that were retired. It took 5 planes to make one good plane for our men to fly. And we showed them what we could do. Don't tell me we can't, because we will. I am demanding for the residents of Lakeview to be placed in a majority-minority district where our voices are able to elect a candidate of our choice. A district that does not silence my voice. Well, it's hard to silence me, honey, and keep us whole. I will go to court if necessary. I don't like what you're doing. It's really ugly. But, you know, the Tuskegee Airmen taught me so much. I grew up with them. They were our godparents. They were our uncles, our mother, my father, and all the men that I knew personally. And they didn't stand for nothing. One of them was almost lynched when he tried to vote after he came back from Italy. And he didn't want to go back to Selma. Martin Luther King asked him to please come. And he said, Pat, I was scared. I don't ever want to see Selma again. But he went back because he said it's righteous. So I've made up my mind to always do the righteous thing. And if it means fighting you on this, I will. I don't want to. I hope you will do the right thing. I have nothing in common with these people, other than they want to kill me and my family. Please, do something about this. Thank you.
All right, well, thank you, everyone who's had the patience to stay with us throughout the entire hearing. But now we're going to have a motion to close.
So moved.
Motion by Legislator Walker.
To close the hearing.
Excuse me. Can I just say something? I didn't get to sign up, but just for a moment. I'm from Plainview, Old Bethpage, since I'm a year and a half old. My name is Barbara Kremen, Kremen.
Okay, go ahead.
So I just first wanted to say that I really appreciate what they've been saying, because our country has really gotten crazy with not giving everyone equal votes, which is what we're all supposed to have. And I worked for Nassau County for 23 years as a public health educator. So I worked in a lot of the districts, you know, that you talked about with the public clinics. And I know that there's not a commonality with, you know, a lot of the districts that they're trying to put you in with. So it is clearly a sign of breaking things apart. And coming back to Plainview, Old Bethpage, that's my district. You know, I went to school there. You know, my parents bought in 1955. I've been there for 68 years. So it's quite a long time that it's Plainview, Old Bethpage. Hang on one second. I forgot my little note here. I just wanted to correct what your representative from your Republican side said. In his piece on A4, you know, the appendix about Plainview, Old Bethpage, he noted that Syosset and Woodbury share a school district, community parks, a commercial interest with their extensive commercial relationship embodied in a single chamber of commerce covering both areas. Well, Plainview, Old Bethpage have all those same things and more. Amanda Fields was here, and I asked her, does Plainview, the water district, actually serve Plainview, Old Bethpage? And she said, yes. I said, I guess it ought to be called the Plainview, Old Bethpage Water District. But clearly, you know, this is it. It's the Plainview, Old Bethpage community. So to cut us in half makes no sense either. You know, myself, my family, my children grew up, you know, in this house. And, yeah, I really don't see the benefit to the people of Nassau County breaking up these communities that have been for so long. So I thank you for taking my statement, and I hope that you all will consider that and keep us, as you've all said, whole. Thank you.
Once again, a motion to close the hearing.
Scotty?
I know I had my turn, but I want to say thank you for all that you do. I spoke tonight, and it was my 7th time testifying. And for the legislators that represent us, my district, Sela, Carrier, Caban, and all of you who have stood by us, and all of you who want to see things happen for us, I thank you on both sides. Everybody not evil. And I just want to let you know that we are proud of our legislators, very much so. Thank you.
Thank you, Scotty. Legislator Walker.
Motion to close the hearing.
Seconded by Legislator Ford. All in favor of closing the hearing signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Those opposed, it's closed. Thank you very much.